I've been backpacking for as long as I can remember, cutting through forests or mountains that most people wouldn't even step foot in. The deep woods have always been a sanctuary for me. I know how to track animals, read the weather, navigate the stars when the GPS fails. I've encountered bears, wolves, even mountain lions out there, but I've never felt anything like this. The trip was supposed to be routine, just a couple of nights solo in the Cascades, pushing deep into a section of the forest that I hadn't been to yet, but I'd heard a lot about. It was early fall, and I'd pitched a tent near a stream, miles away from the nearest trailhead, surrounded by thick woods and towering pines. Perfect isolation. By the time I was set up, the sun was dipping low, so I started a fire, made a quick meal, settled in to watch the stars. And that's when I first smelled it. I thought that could be a skunk passing by, but the smell was different, more like rotting meat, mixed with something earthy, like damp soil. It was faint, but it was carried on in the wind. It lingered, long enough to make me wrinkle my nose. I tried to shake it off. I convinced myself that it was just this part of the wilderness. There's always something out there decaying, some animal that met its end. But the smell kept coming back, stronger each time. And then I heard something. Branches, large ones, snapping, deep in the trees behind me. I froze. My hand instinctively was reaching for my flashlight. It's common to hear animals moving at night, but this sounded different, heavier, slower, like something big was moving through the underbrush, taking its time. I clicked on my flashlight and swept it across the trees. The beam cut through the darkness good, but I couldn't see anything, just the dense thicket. The shadows were just the undergrowth in my light. I listened, but the woods were silent again. It wasn't until I sat back down by the fire that the unease hit me again. I've been alone in the wilderness enough times to know when something's not right. And tonight, something felt wrong. The smell, the sound. I kept telling myself I was pretty deep in the wild. My mind could be playing tricks on me. I tossed another log on the fire and I settled into my sleeping bag instead of leaving, trying to convince myself again that I'd be fine. But as the flames died down, eventually, the sense of being watched crept in. And the smell, it came back. Stronger this time. Thick and foul. Like it was right there. I grabbed my flashlight again, flicking it on as I sat bolt upright. And that's when I saw it, just for a second, at the very edge of the trees. A shape. Huge. I couldn't make out any details, but it stood on two legs, taller than any man I'd ever seen, or any bear. Broad shoulders, hunched. It moved between the trees with an eerie kind of grace for something so big. I felt myself kind of lose it. That had to be a bear, right? But bears don't move like that. They don't watch you from the shadows like that. I stayed frozen, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand now. Whatever it was, it blended into the trees so well, I almost couldn't see it until it moved again. Slowly, this time. It was like it was pacing, and then watching me. I heard another snap, the crunch of something heavy, and that smell now, it was sickening. It was like it was right on top of me. Whatever this thing was, I wasn't going to get caught unprepared. I stood up, grabbed my bear spray, flashlight in hand, shaking. I started to make noise, clacking things together, yelling. In the event it was a bear, I wanted it out of there. I told it as much. Get out of here. No response. But I saw movement again. A dark silhouette shifting behind the trees, quicker this time. My hands were officially shaking. My grip on the light and the spray was slippery. I was trained for this, though, prepared for wild animals, you know? But this didn't feel like anything I'd ever faced before. And then it let out a sound. It wasn't a growl. not like a bear or a wolf. It was deeper, guttural, almost like a heavy, wet breath. The kind of sound that hits you in the chest, hits that primal part of your brain and tells you to run. But I didn't. I couldn't. I just stood there, trying to figure out if I was still hearing things right, or if the forest was playing tricks on me. The creature moved again. Its shape was looming. It paused, as if deciding whether it was going to step into the clearing or stay hidden. But my throat was dry, and my heart was racing. Every instinct told me to flee, but I didn't want to make a sudden move, or maybe I couldn't. I just stood there gripping the bear spray, and that thing just out of sight, its foul stench hanging in the air between us. And then it slowly backed away. I heard it crashing through the trees, heavier now, less cautious. It was running until the sound faded into the distance. I stood there for a long time, listening and waiting for the sound to come back, but it didn't. I doused the fire, packed my gear as fast as I could, and started walking. I didn't stop until the sun was rising. I never saw it again, I never heard it again, and I didn't smell that god-awful stench again. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. Something big. Something that shouldn't have been there. Or maybe I shouldn't have been there. But it was watching me. I've been back to the woods since countless times, but I don't go that deep anymore. Not alone. Because there's something out in those woods. Something I have no desire to see again. I'll never leave the apartment door unlocked again. 2 stories here. The second story is a little creepier. I, a 23-year-old female, grew up in a rural area in Ontario. It was the kind of place where you never lock the doors because you know everyone in town. The all-too-trusting small-town mentality, it stayed with me once I moved to a big city for university. I got an apartment in the student area, with a college nearby and plenty of bars within walking distance. I lived with a guy friend, Roddy, who was a few years older than me, from the same small town. I would usually go to the bars with friends on the weekends and stumble home by myself around 2 a.m. One night, on my way home, my neighbor, Kyle, and I met in the hallway, both headed to our own places. He was also drunk, and so good-looking. He said hello and invited me inside. I ended up staying the night with him. He was nice, and it was a fun night, if not a little awkward. We didn't exchange numbers, and it didn't seem like we cared for anything to come of it, so I went home in the morning, and that was that. Fast forward to 2 days later. I was asleep in my bed. My roommate was half asleep on the couch with the TV on. He heard a sound that might have been the door creaking open, but he ignored it in his tired state. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes to see a naked man standing in front of him, lifeless and staring into his eyes. It was Kyle. Roddy tried to talk to him and ask him what he was doing here, but he didn't respond. Roddy ran to my room and said, I think Kyle is here to see you. So I followed him out into the living room, and I saw a completely naked Kyle staring at us with the most serious and concentrated eyes I'd ever seen. I tried to talk to him and ask him to leave, but once again he didn't respond. Instead, he went into our kitchen, opened the fridge. He proceeded to take out our butter, and he started smearing it all over his face and chest, saying nothing, and still with a completely serious look on his face. Roddy and I ran to my bedroom to talk about what to do. While we were in my room, Kyle walked down the hallway that led to us, and he stood in the dark right before the light of my room could reach him. All I could see was his silhouette, and he started whispering, saying hi followed by my name. Hi, my name, repeatedly. Roddy and I ended up calling the police, staying in my room until they came and took him back to his house. They said that he must have been on drugs, but probably wasn't a threat. I agreed. I didn't think he was a threat, but I didn't sleep well that night, knowing that he's just a thin wall away from us in his apartment. I talked to Kyle about a week later. He had no memory of doing this, but he did call 911 on himself and got an ambulance to the hospital the next morning because he had severe sunstroke. So, it was likely sunstroke-induced delirium. He's okay now, thankfully. So, the second story. We'd forgotten to lock our doors another time. I was at work and Roddy was at home. I got a text from him that said, "Please get home. Someone is here, and I think you must know them because I don't." So, I took an early lunch and I came home to see what was going on. There was a man with greasy black hair so long it nearly reached his elbows, and he was pacing back and forth in our living room. Before I even got a chance to speak to him, I realized he wasn't mentally present. He would alternate between screaming at the top of his lungs like he was being murdered, and then he would cry and say things like, "I can feel the pain and suffering of everyone in the world. I can hear the voices of the poor and tormented in my brain begging me to help them. I can't stand this suffering. Nobody understands my powers and ability to know what everyone is thinking." I would chime in politely to ask, "Do you know where you are?" Or, "What is your address? I can help you get home." And then he would just scream at us because this was his house and he wasn't leaving, and he wanted us to stop, quote-unquote, judging him. After about 10 minutes of him rambling and pacing, he said his address to us, which is actually the neighboring apartment where Kyle lives. I knew Kyle had a roommate that I met, John, but apparently this was their third roommate. I went to his door and knocked, and thankfully the roommate, John, opened the door. He came to retrieve the rambling man. Later that night, John knocked on our door. I opened it to see him holding a bottle of wine. He wanted to thank us for handling the situation well, making sure that he got home. Apparently, the man had recently been in a mental hospital and left on his own accord, walked into the wrong apartment. His parents, they came and got him, and he's back in the hospital, safe and sound. This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late, so I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs, and the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. Nearly 20 years ago, my friends and I went camping in the backwoods of northern Michigan. The kind of camping where you pick an old dirt road and drive until civilization feels like a distant memory. We were miles and miles from anything. We'd been out there a few days, partying, enjoying the isolation. My friends decided to make a supply run to the nearest town. I stayed behind, figuring they'd be gone for a few hours. Alone, I passed the time drinking beers and starting the fire, enjoying the quiet. About an hour later, the silence was broken by the sound of tires crunching on gravel. A Jeep pulled in, kicking up a cloud of dust, and 3 guys climbed out. At first, they seemed friendly enough. They made small talk about the fire, the weather, the remoteness of the spot. But something about them felt off. Their smiles didn't reach their eyes. Their questions felt pointed. "You out here all by yourself?" one of them asked, glancing around the campsite. I didn't want to lie, but I didn't want to tell them that my friends were gone either. So I kept it vague. "They'll be back soon," I said, trying to sound casual. The mood had shifted. They stopped pretending to make small talk and started poking around the campsite. One of them wandered over to the tents, flipping open the flaps without asking. "Got any weed?" he asked, half laughing. Another crouched by the cooler and rummaged through it like he owned the place. "What about cash? You guys bring cash out here?" I stayed seated by the fire, gripping my beer tighter. I wanted to tell them to leave, but I was alone, and there were 3 of them. Confronting them didn't seem like such a good idea. Then their tone turned confrontational. "Come on, man, what are you hiding? No one comes out here empty-handed," one said, stepping closer. The fire crackled between us, but I felt a cold weight settle in my chest. I knew I had to do something. Slowly, I stood up and walked to my tent. Their eyes followed me, sharp and calculating. I came back out with my .22 rifle. I didn't point it at them. I didn't say a word. I just sat back down by the fire with the rifle across my lap and stared at them. The mood changed again, but this time it was fear on their faces, One of them laughed nervously, raising his hands. "Hey man, no need for that, we're just talking." They backed off, but as they climbed into their Jeep, one of them called out, "We'll be back later." The words sent a chill down my spine. As soon as they disappeared down the road, I started tearing down the campsite. I didn't wait for my friends to return. Every tent came down, every cooler and bag got packed. When my friends finally got back, they were confused to see everything packed up. I told them what happened, and their faces went pale. We didn't waste time. We loaded everything into the car, got out of there as fast as we could. I don't know if they really planned on coming back, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. In 2016, I went on a week-long camping trip in Mississippi. I had just spent the prior week in Alabama, and needless to say, there was more hiking involved here. I spent 2 full days hiking deeper into the woods before setting up my permanent camp in a small clearing. I've been going on solo trips since I was 17, and this was supposed to be an easy one. No caves or mountains to explore, just a relaxing week in the woods with my fishing pole. Everything was going great until night 4, when I heard something walking around my camp's perimeter, just out of the firelight. I tried to stay calm and pretend not to notice because it was something on 2 legs, and that usually means people. But its stride sounded off, almost like a very heavy person trying to tiptoe, yet not quite that. Mostly, I just felt in my bones that something was the bad kind of wrong about it. All my years in the woods, and I'd never heard anything sound quite like that. It gave me chills. Besides, if there was another person this far out in the middle of nowhere, and they were sneaking around my camp, they weren't friendly. I was worried what it might do if it knew I had noticed, so I stood up slowly and went into my tent like I was going to sleep. Normally, I would put out the fire, but that night I let it burn. Once inside, the footsteps stopped. I sat quietly, listening, for 15 minutes without hearing another sound. It had either left much more silently than it came, or it was just standing out there, watching, or who knows what. I had a small handgun, but I didn't want to fire it unless I could see what I was shooting at, so I continued waiting. After almost an hour of silence, I began dozing off, only to be woken by a gargled cry for help. It sounded so wrong that I thought someone was trying to disguise their voice. It didn't come any closer to camp either, so if I wanted to help anyone, it would require walking away from the little safety the fire provided. That wasn't happening. The voice went silent long enough for me to doze off again, but started back around 3, and then once more just before dawn. When the sun rose, I did a quick search of the immediate area and found a trail of just 2, not 4, hoof prints circling my camp. At the time, I couldn't imagine how that could be possible, but that's what I found. I didn't really care about the explanation, though. I just wanted to go home. I packed up camp as fast as I could and started the long trek back to my car, hoping whatever had checked me out would stick to its territory. I stopped periodically to see if anything was following me, but I didn't see or hear a thing all day. When I stopped for the night, I was confident there wouldn't be any more trouble, but still made a fire and set up the tent anyway. Shortly after 10, the same strange-sounding footsteps approached my camp, but stopped short of entering the light. This time, it skipped circling the perimeter and went straight to calling for help. It sounded like someone with a deep, gruff voice, trying to use a high-pitched tone. It said, "Please help me." But the words themselves were off too. like they were being said by someone with a thick, heavy accent. Again, I ignored it, and I went into my tent. I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I imagined shooting into the woods and hitting some teenagers who were trying to be funny. Then I imagined doing nothing and having some monstrous beast rip me apart in my sleep. The whole night was a repeat of the night before. In the morning, I packed faster than ever. I'd lost time checking my back trail the previous day, but if I really pushed myself, I could still make it back to my truck before nightfall. I didn't stop for food or anything. By 4, my leg muscles were in knots, but I wasn't spending another night in that forest. I was only 30 minutes from my truck when it got dark, so I just couldn't bring myself to stop. 10 minutes later, I heard the same footsteps again, and they were moving faster this time. In a full panic, I began running and didn't stop until I got to the parking lot. That thing followed me all the way. I was so afraid that I dropped half my gear getting into the truck and left it behind. When the headlights came on, I caught a glimpse of what had been chasing me. It was partially concealed behind the trees, but I saw a giant deer standing on its hind legs, staring right at me. As I began to reverse, it went down on all 4s and darted back into the forest. I haven't actually been camping since that experience, not even in places I'm familiar with. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it was pure evil. Upon returning from a morning walk to a campsite where a batch of teens under my care were sleeping under the stars, there was a big guy going from sleeping bag to sleeping bag, lifting the bags and looking in, even managing to unzip one far enough to get a glimpse of underwear. I stepped into sight, cleared my throat loudly. He looked at me, put his hands on a large knife that he was wearing. I was leaning against my car by the door that I'd left open earlier when grabbing my camera, and my .22 was lying on the back seat. I leaned in and pulled it out, then cleared my throat again. The low-life scum actually scoffed and lifted the edge of another sleeping bag. I racked the bolt, which spit around onto the ground. That sound told anyone with a brain that there was now a round in the chamber. He stopped and stared, so I slowly lifted the rifle. He took another step, so I sighted it on him, center of the chest, and said quietly, "Leave." I tracked him as he moved, and he finally got the hint that he really ought to be somewhere else. Several of the kids had actually been awake, watching. They'd asked if I really would have shot him. I could only say, absolutely. For a long time, I actually had nightmares where I did have to shoot him to get him to stop. I now think sometimes when I remember it, if only we'd had cell phones then, I could have gotten a picture of him as well. Guy's a creep. The darker part of me wishes I'd shot him. When I was 12, my dad took to long evening walks. It became a routine of his, and every night, like clockwork, he'd grab his old brown jacket, the one that smelled faintly of engine oil, and he would step out the door. He'd always come back about an hour later, cheerful and a little winded, talking about the stars or how peaceful the neighborhood was at that hour. One evening, just after dinner, I heard the familiar creak of the front door. I didn't think much of it at first. Dad always left without making much of a fuss. But something strange happened a few minutes later. I looked out the window to catch a glimpse of him starting his walk, but he wasn't in his usual spot, heading down the driveway toward the road. Instead, he was standing perfectly still at the far end of our yard, staring back at the house. This was instantly unsettling. The thing is, my dad never lingered like that. He was always in motion, always eager to set off on his walk or anything he was doing. But there he was, his back to the trees, his face barely visible in the night, just watching. My heart gave a little flutter of unease. I was hoping everything was okay. There was something about the way that he stood. It didn't sit right with me. His posture was stiff, almost unnatural, like someone trying to mimic the way a person stands. "Dad?" I called from the window. My voice felt weak, though I wasn't sure why. He didn't answer, didn't even flinch. He just kept standing there, watching. I felt my chest tighten. He must not have heard me, I thought. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, calling again, louder this time. "Dad, what are you doing?" This time, he moved, but it wasn't the kind of movement I expected. He didn't turn towards me. Instead, he started walking backwards, keeping his eyes locked on the house, his body stiff and jerky, like someone had forgotten how to move properly. It was as if he was being pulled back, step by slow, deliberate step, all towards the woods behind our yard. My stomach was sort of hurting. I think it was an instinctive fear that I just couldn't explain. "Dad, stop messing around," I shouted, but my voice was broken halfway through. He didn't stop. He didn't even blink. I watched, frozen in place as he disappeared into the tree line. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. This wasn't normal. Something was deeply wrong. I couldn't shake that eerie feeling that whoever or whatever that was, it wasn't my dad. I ran back into the house, calling for my mom. She was in the living room, flipping through the TV channels, completely oblivious to whatever I was freaking out about. "Mom," I shouted, louder than I intended. "Something's wrong with Dad." She looked up at me, startled. "What are you talking about? He's upstairs in the shower." I stopped in my tracks. "What?" She gave me a confused look. "He got back from his walk early today. Said he felt tired, so he's been upstairs for the last 15 minutes. I didn't wait for her to finish. My legs felt like jelly as I rushed up the stairs, 2 at a time, and I skidded to a halt at the bathroom door. I knocked frantically. "Dad, are you in there?" There was a pause before I heard his voice, muffled through the door. "Yeah, bud, just finishing up. What's wrong?" My heart sank into my stomach, or something was going on inside of me. I could hear the water running, the sound of him humming some old tune that he liked. It was him. It had to be him. But then, what did I just see in the yard? I backed away from the door, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as the realization hit. I had seen something outside, something that looked exactly like my dad, something that had tried to mimic him in every way, except it just couldn't quite do it. As I thought back, I realized I'd never really seen its eyes. It'd been too far away, the light too dim, but the way it moved, the way it stood, it was all wrong. I slowly made my way back downstairs, trying to keep my breathing steady, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mom looked up from the TV again. Concern was on her face. "Did you talk to him? What's going on?" I swallowed hard. "I must have been mistaken," I lied. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The thing standing by the tree, the way it backed away, never looking away from the house. And now, the woods seemed darker than they ever had before. For days after, I couldn't stop watching the yard from the windows, half expecting to see that figure again. Dad kept going on his evening walks, oblivious to what I had seen, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him about it. I couldn't even mention it to my mom. Something about that night felt too unreal, too unsettling to even talk about. Weeks went by, and I almost managed to convince myself that maybe it had just been in my head. just a trick of the fading light. But then, one evening, as the sun set behind the trees, I heard it again, the front door creaking open. I rushed to the window. There, at the edge of the yard, stood my dad. Only this time he wasn't moving at all. He was just staring again, his face obscured by shadows, but the body impossibly still. I felt the same chill creep up my spine, my skin crawling with dread. I took a deep breath and turned away from the window, stepping out of the living room and slowly, hesitantly, making my way upstairs. I could hear my dad's muffled humming as I approached their room, and there he was, upstairs. I didn't look back out the window. I couldn't. And that was the last time I saw it. My grandmother passed away last year, and my grandfather has been having a difficult time with the adjustment. A few weeks ago, I went to stay with him, hoping to help him develop a new routine, get the house in order. He lives in the mountains and doesn't have any neighbors, so we always worry about him being out there alone. When I arrived, his yard was overgrown. A large pile of trash bags were stacked beneath the carport, and the inside was well on its way to becoming a hoarder's paradise. I hired people to help with the trash and yard while I focused on getting the house in shape. I couldn't get a clear answer on what happened to his trash cans. They used to have 5 or 6, so I brought new ones. On the 4th night, we heard a noise in the carport while we were eating dinner. Figuring it was raccoons, I stood to go chase it off, but Pappy said to sit down and leave it alone. He's normally a very docile, slow-to-anger man, but he was serious about me not going out there. I tried explaining that something was creating a bigger mess for the contractors, but he only got angrier. Not wanting to upset him further, I resigned to cleaning the mess myself and finished my dinner. While I was doing dishes, Pappy went to bed, so I checked the damage in the carport. Whatever had been there was long gone, but it wasn't a raccoon. The bin lids had been ripped off the hinges, and the contents were strewn all the way to the tree line. The next morning, I asked Pappy if he had trouble with bears, and he said his problem is worse than a bear, that it's something unnatural. No matter what I asked, his answers became more cryptic. Ultimately, I concluded that he was in a very bad place emotionally and must have mistaken a bear for something else in the dark. His mind had turned it into some kind of monster. Just to settle him down, I promised to never go outside after dark, and I got started on the day's chores. On my next trip to town, I picked up some bear spray and heavier-duty trash cans with locking lids. They lasted 2 days. This time the bins were peeled open like sardine cans. When I talked to Pappy about it again, he told me a little more. He said he called it a wobo. And no, I have no clue where he got the name. I assume he made it up because I can't find anything about it online. Anyway, it made me worry about his sanity, so I told my parents, who said they would speak to him about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, I focused on what I still considered to be a bear. I slept on the couch for a few nights in hopes that I would wake up if anything got into the trash. The theory was that it might not come back if it got sprayed one good time. When I finally had my chance, I cracked the back door open to see something huge, and it was tearing into the trash bags. I opened the door a little more to extend my arm, and the creature raised up to face me. It definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs. But it also looked wrong. I started spraying it in a panic, and it made an awful sound as it fled. But it didn't run like a wolf or a human. It was more like a kangaroo. I've never seen or heard anything like it. The next morning I told Pappy what happened, and he was notably upset. He said the wobo only comes during the summer months and never tries to get inside. But now I'd made it angry. He was certain it would come back for us. I stayed another week, brought new trash cans without further issues, but I was still nervous to go home. I've called Pappy every night since to make sure he's okay, and so far, the wobo has stayed away. Have you guys ever seen anything like this? Did I really scare it off? Or should I go back? My parents want to have us both committed, but I know what I saw. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human, albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. All the weirdness started subtly enough that we were able to brush it off at first, like an echo of something we didn't quite catch or a trick of the mind. The time that I heard it, I was home alone, lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone. It was quiet in the house. My parents were out for dinner, and the ticking of the clock in the kitchen was the only sound filling the space as I silently scrolled on my phone. I didn't even think twice about it when I heard my mom's voice from upstairs. "Claire, did you finish your homework yet?" I groaned, rolling my eyes. Typical. Even when she's not home, she's nagging me about school. "Yeah, Mom," I shouted back, not thinking twice about it again. The house went quiet. It wasn't until a few minutes later, as I went back to scrolling, that something clicked in my mind, and then my stomach dropped. I sat up quickly, heart pounding in my chest. My parents weren't home. I'd watched them pull out of the driveway 2 hours ago. I stared at the ceiling. I knew deep down there was no way that she could have been here. I slowly stood up, glancing at the front door, double-checking that it was locked, and then I hesitantly climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight, and with every creak, I felt more and more certain I wasn't going to like what I found. But I kept going. I reached the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing. My bedroom door was ajar and the hallway was still. It was dimly lit from the outside. I peeked into my room, expecting, well, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it was empty. Just as I'd left it. No sign of my mom, no sign of anyone. Even though I convinced myself I had imagined it, I don't think I really believed that deep down, but it was the only logical explanation. I must have just been really tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. So I locked my bedroom door that night just in case and fell asleep without thinking about it again. It wasn't until a week later, when I overheard my mom talking to my dad in the kitchen, that I realized I wasn't the only one. "I heard her, Mark," my mom said, her voice low and shaky. "I heard Claire calling for me from the other room. She was saying, 'Mom, I'm home,' but when I checked, she wasn't there." I froze just outside the doorway, trying to hear more. "What?" My dad's voice was confused. "You sure you didn't just imagine it?" "I'm telling you, Mark, it was her voice." I went to the front room expecting to see her, but the house was empty. I even called her, and she said she was still at school. It didn't make any sense. I stood in the hallway processing what I was hearing. It wasn't just me. My mom had heard something too. She had heard me when I wasn't home. The air in the house suddenly felt colder and heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I just wanted to be in the same room with them, so I made my appearance known. I didn't share my experience, though, and my mom didn't share hers with me directly. But I started paying more attention after that, and it happened again a few days later. Only this time, my dad heard it. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when Dad suddenly paused the show and cocked his head to the side. "Did you hear that?" he asked, frowning. Hear what? I said, glancing at the screen, thinking he meant something on the show. I just heard your mom calling for me from the kitchen. He stood up, looking confused. But she's sitting right here. Mom and I both exchanged glances. I could see the tension in her face, the same unease that I had been feeling ever since the first time I heard her voice. I didn't say anything, Mom said quietly. And Dad, well, he didn't respond. He just walked into the kitchen, his steps slow and careful, and a moment later he came back, his face pale. No one's in there. My mom and I sort of looked at each other like, well, yeah. But after that, the voices started happening more frequently. We would be sitting at dinner and I'd hear my dad's voice from upstairs, laughing like he was on the phone, except he was right in front of me, chewing his food in silence. Or my mom would hear me singing in my room, only to knock on my door and find I wasn't even home. But the worst was last night. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard it again, my dad's voice, low and muffled, coming from just outside my bedroom door. He was talking quietly, as if he were on the phone. I could hear the faint rise and fall of his voice, but I couldn't make out any words. Dad? I called. The talking stopped. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, but there was nothing, just silence. I got up and tiptoed to the door, pulling it open slowly. The hallway was dark, and I couldn't see anyone. My parents' bedroom door was closed, but no light was coming from under the door. They were asleep. I felt my skin crawl as I quietly shut my door, locking it, and crawling back into bed. This morning I woke up to find my mom sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her coffee cup like it held all the answers to what was happening. She looked up when I walked in and she gave me a weak smile. "Did you hear it again?" she asked. I nodded, too tired to pretend I hadn't. My dad joined us a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes, sitting down, not saying anything at all. I could tell that he hadn't slept well either. None of us said much over breakfast. There was a thick, sort of uncomfortable silence hanging in the air, like we were all waiting for something. The voices, they didn't appear to be going away. If anything, they were getting worse. What scares me the most isn't that we're hearing these voices. It's the fact that they sound so real. Every time I hear my mom's voice calling from upstairs, every time my dad is laughing in the other room, it's like they were really there. Like there is an invisible version of our family living in the same house, going about their day, mimicking us. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to make it stop. I guess I'm just hoping that my parents are as affected by it as me, and that we can figure something out. Until then, if I hear someone calling my name from another room, I'm not answering. I had been driving for hours. The heat had finally started to give way to the cold as the sun set. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, a thin ribbon of asphalt cutting through a desolate expanse of nothing. No signs of life, just sand, rocks, the occasional distant mountain peak. My old but otherwise reliable car rattled along, sputtering more than usual. I should have gotten it checked before this trip, but I'd been in a hurry. A cross-country drive through the desert. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Escape from everything, a bit of solitude. Now I wasn't so sure. The gas gauge had been inching towards empty for the last hour. I kept telling myself I'd see a gas station soon, but it had been miles since the last one. Probably long closed by now. Suddenly my car lurched, the engine coughing violently before dying completely. I managed to pull it off to the side of the road, the tires crunching against the sand. I sat in silence while I stopped, gripping the steering wheel, and the realization sinking in. I was stranded, alone, in the middle of nowhere. I popped the hood, hoping it was something simple. Maybe it had overheated. But as I stared blankly at the engine, I knew I was in over my head. Mechanics had never been my thing, and the rapidly dimming light really didn't help. I was basically alone in growing darkness. I had driven so far off the beaten path that there were no passing cars, no signs of civilization, and now here I was, right in the middle of nothing. I tried to think rationally, but no phone, no way to call for help. All I could do was wait, hoping that somebody would pass by eventually. But the more time that passed, the hope began to fade. The temperature had dropped sharply, the heat of the day replaced by a biting cold. I rummaged through the back seat for a jacket, pulling it tight around myself as I leaned against the car, listening. There was something unsettling about the silence of the desert at night. Too quiet, too still. Hours passed. Every now and then I thought I heard something, faint, distant sounds that carried on the wind. At first, I dismissed them as tricks of the mind, but they grew more distinct. A soft shuffling, like footsteps crunching through the sand. I tensed up, straining my ears, and there it was again, closer this time. I stood up, scanning the desert around me, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the endless stretch of sand and shadows. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure, far off just at the edge of the road, walking slowly towards me. My heart began to race, and a chill crept up my spine. Who else would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? As the figure drew closer, I could make out more details. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that flapped in the wind. Now, standing outside the car, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hey, are you okay?" No response. The figure kept moving, slow but deliberate. Something was wrong. I backed up, trying to put my car between me and it. My pulse was in my ears. The figure was close now, close enough that I could see its face. But I couldn't really see a face. There was nothing. Just hollow, dark voids where the eyes should be, where the nose should be. The thing, whatever it was, it stopped at the front of my car, its empty gaze locked on me. I stumbled backwards, my legs barely working. It didn't follow. It just stood there, watching, waiting. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it turned and began to walk away, back into the dark. I watched, unable to move, until it was out of sight completely, swallowed by the night. I did not sleep. I stayed in my car, huddled in the back seat, clutching the seatbelt like it was some sort of lifeline. Every sound had me on edge. Every gust of wind sent my heart racing, but nothing else came. No cars, no figures, no help. By morning, I was exhausted but alive. The desert was as empty as it had been the day before. The events of the night seeming almost like a dream. Almost. The sun started to cast a harsh light. I took a deep breath and decided that I had no choice but to start walking. I grabbed a bottle of water from the back seat, put on my jacket, and set off down the road. I didn't know how far I'd get before I needed help, but Staying in the car felt like waiting for death. I had only been walking for maybe an hour when I heard it, the distant hum of an engine. I turned, my heart leaping as I saw a vehicle approaching, a dusty pickup truck, old but sturdy. It came into view. I waved my arms frantically, desperate for them to see me. The truck slowed to a stop, and an older man, probably his late 60s, leaned out the window. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and had the kind of leathery skin you get from years in the sun. "You stranded?" he asked in a gravelly voice, his eyes scanning the empty road behind me. "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking with relief. "My car broke down back there. I've been stuck all night." He nodded like he'd seen it 1,000 times before. "Not much traffic out here this time of year. Hop in, I'll take you to the next town. We'll get you sorted out." I climbed in the passenger seat. His words were such relief. The warmth of the truck's interior was a welcome relief from the cold desert morning. I obviously didn't say anything to the old man about the figure I'd seen, but I don't think I was out there long enough to be hallucinating. Still, it didn't really feel real anymore. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there with me, though. Something that didn't belong to the world that I had known so far. The next town was only 30 miles away, though it felt like an eternity had passed since I'd seen civilization. The old man dropped me off at a garage where I arranged to have my car towed. The mechanic told me the engine was beyond saving, too old, too neglected. I didn't argue. I ended up taking a bus home, cutting my trip short. I never made that drive again, and I still wonder sometimes, what did I see that night? And has anyone else ever seen it too?
This happened many years ago. To preface, I don't believe in the paranormal, but to me it's really fun to think about. And this experience I had definitely has the paranormal vibes that some stories do. So I decided I'd post it. I was in high school in Northern California, and my closest friend was having a family reunion I was invited to. Around 9 p.m., the last family had arrived, and for some reason, they didn't have their daughter with them. I don't know why they left her, so they asked us to go get her. Now, Tizian just got his first car, and when you finally have that freedom, anything is a good excuse for a road trip. And they live 2.5 hours away, but they gave us money for gas. So we pile in the car, and we're on our way without a second thought. We've got music going, snacks, all around just enjoying a good time. Finally, we get off the highway and find ourselves in a secluded, forested town. No big deal. We find the last turn and are going down a tiny dirt road with thick, thick forests on both sides. Eventually, the radio starts to cut away a little bit, and I turn it down so we're not listening to static. But this little dirt road just goes on and on and on, to the point of absurdity. So me and Tizian start joking about who in the world would come out this far to build a house. Then, and this is what will stick with me for the rest of my life, this overpowering smell comes into the car. Copper. So thick it's almost suffocating. We both retch and it made my stomach turn. It was so heavy in the air, I felt like it could be cut with a knife. We kept going, though, and eventually we made it to a wooden bridge about 20 feet long. As we kept on going, the smell dissipated, and the radio came back in. We eventually made it to a clearing with about 5 houses, which we immediately started laughing about. Not only did they come all the way out here to build one house, but they built 5 in the middle of the woods. Why? So we pick up his cousin, Shy, that's her name, and I immediately ask her about the smell coming in, and she has no clue what I'm talking about. There's never been a smell before. She gets in the car, and is about our age and has the same taste in music. The song comes on that she likes and she wants us to turn it up. So we do. And now it's almost midnight, and we're blasting music back down this absurdly long road, back the way we came. As expected, the radio starts to cut out little by little, and then the smell hits us again. Not gradually, though, more like smacking into a wall of pennies. I immediately turn to Shy and ask again, and she's absolutely disgusted and ensures us that this is not normal. But as she's saying that, we come back onto the bridge, and as we're making it over, suddenly the car stops. I turn to Tizian and ask what he's doing. It's not me, and he lifts his knee higher to show me that he's stepping on the gas. And that's when I hear the terrible sound of tires not making connection with the ground. And the car starts ever so slightly, lifting from the back. We all immediately look out the back window and are met with nothing but darkness. The angle that we're at isn't anything extreme, just enough to feel your weight shift. But whatever it is, it's lifting a Chevy Tahoe. Shy immediately starts screaming, and admittedly, I'm freaking out a little bit too. And the sounds of static, a girl screaming, and the engine and the tires spinning freely, they're getting to me. I'm frantically looking out of every window trying to assess the situation, but I just don't see anything. Then, Tizian yells out in panic, and just then, suddenly the back end drops. The car lurches forward, and we very nearly almost run into a tree. But thankfully, Tizian regains control. We sped out of there as fast as we could, and very quickly, the smell clears, and we find ourselves out of the forest and back on a paved road. When the radio came back, the mood was entirely too wrong, so I just turned it off as we drove down the lonely highway in silence. When we made it to the gas station, we immediately went to the back of the Tahoe to see a giant dent covering most of the center. And then Tizian finally broke the silence. I think I saw it. Shy then replied, I did too. I didn't see anything at all, but when I pressed for information, it was clear they didn't want to talk about it. Years later, when I brought it up one day, Tizian swears he saw what looked like hooves very briefly in the side view mirror. Being a skeptic, I'm not sure if I really trust him, but I also have absolutely zero clue as to what could have lifted the back of a Tahoe. Honestly, I've told the story to many of my friends, and never once have I, or anyone else, thought of something logical that makes sense. Why would a paranormal being capable of lifting a Tahoe let us go? Really wish I just got out of the car and checked out what happened. It's a question that stuck with me my whole life.
My wife Sarah and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there, hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age, the roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open, ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. But there was a strange warmth to it, too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for a guest to arrive. And a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sarah muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. It was probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt the desperate need to leave, to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps, over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it. Nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No, we both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can, but it took a while after this experience. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field, and the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed, hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. She turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside, by the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. "Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild." I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. My parents are homesteaders, so we live a pretty off-the-grid existence. Behind our house is a giant 60 by 60 two-story garage for all of our farming equipment. The upstairs ended up being a clubhouse for my brother and I, so that's where we would spend most of our free time. A few years ago, we were playing Xbox late at night, and it started to storm. We like sleeping in the garage when it rains because it sounds nice on the metal roof. But then the storm got bad. The wind was blowing really hard, and the thunder shook the rafters. We were talking about making a run back to the house when something heavy hit the roof. It sounded like a huge tree limb fell on it. We ran downstairs and stopped outside the door because we couldn't see the house lights through the wall of rain. Even with the roof's 3-foot overhang, we were getting soaked, and the wind was blowing hard enough to make the trees crack. Then there was another loud bang right over our heads. We looked up as the flash of lightning struck, and we saw 2 giant monster hands grasping at the edge of the overhang. The fingers were much longer than humans, and its claws or nails, they were just as long. Both of my brothers and I saw them, and when we screamed, the thing's face appeared over the edge just as the sky went dark again. From what I could see, it had a snarling, wolf-shaped face, covered in hair or fur. I couldn't tell if it was brown or gray, but it was a dark color for sure. My brothers and I screamed even louder, took off running towards the house. They quickly outran me and disappeared into the night. Then I really started to panic. My foot went into a hole, and I fell as another flash of lightning struck. I looked back while trying to get up, and I saw that this monster was on the ground, right where we had been moments before. It was standing on 2 legs, looking at me. Everything went dark again as it started coming towards me, and I still couldn't move. I laid flat and covered my head because it's the only thing my body would do. I could hear heavy footsteps running towards me, and I truly believed I was going to die. They were only a few feet away when a loud gunshot sounded behind me, and the footsteps stopped. There was a second shot, and the footsteps began running in the opposite direction. Still, I couldn't move until a pair of hands were trying to pick me up. I screamed and flailed until I heard my dad's voice, When I opened my eyes, he was standing over me, and I jumped into his arms. My brothers were with him. One held the shotgun while the other had a spotlight. We didn't stay to look for whatever that thing was. We just ran back inside and locked the doors. Dad saw a figure running at me, but couldn't make out its features. He thinks it was just a man, one that we mistook for a monster in the dark storm, so he called the police. But my brothers and I, we know what we saw. When the cops came, we tried to tell the truth, but they didn't believe us any more than our parents. They checked around our house that night and returned in the morning to check the rest of the property, but they found no signs of squatters or anything else. They probably thought that we were all crazy. Either way, my brothers and I decided that we didn't want to hang out in the clubhouse anymore. We didn't even want to go outside at night anymore. On the eastern side of the United States, the rural nature of reservations allow things to remain undisturbed, keeping things like certain creatures, sacred land, and specific family traditions hidden from the city's growth and from prying eyes. We've got plenty of traditions, and we've got plenty of lore. Growing up, I got to experience these traditions and this lore firsthand. After all, an elder's gift of warning to the youth holds more value than their little hands or even their minds can grasp. So, traditions. My brother Palm and his friend Chuck had a pretty successful moonshine business on the res. At the early age of 11, I was taught how to make moonshine near a small hidden creek off a long dirt trail near our property. Chuck had stolen the materials from work to make the makeshift distiller. He and my brother rode their bikes down the long dirt trail, and before the sun had even risen that day, they were already up making sure the lab was undisturbed, checking on the fermentation of the mash. They'd make this trip at least every other day. Labs like these aren't easy to build or maintain without the proper knowledge. They're also extremely illegal. That afternoon, after they return home, a couple tribal police officers show up at the door. My brother was a cocky bastard, and he thought he could talk his way out of anything. As soon as he opened up the door, one of the officers grabbed him and threw him off of our porch and onto the yard. Without words, they proceed to absolutely beat the shit out of him before throwing him in the back of one of their police cars. One of the cops returns to the doorway, and he asks me where my mom is. I say that she's at the store. They ask if I know anything about moonshine, but are quick to believe an 11-year-old asking, "What's moonsun?" I felt pretty clever coming up with that little routine on the spot. When the tribal police left, I called Chuck's house, and his sister answered the phone, saying the cops had just picked him up too. She tells me that I need to get rid of the operation, wreck the whole thing before the cops find it. Dusk has approached, and my fearless outlaw alter ego would turn back into a small 11-year-old boy as the sun would set. I hated it when the sun went down, whether it be stories I was told about the things that would come after me in the dark, or a distorted concept of reality through a child's eyes. I was terrified when Chuck's sister hung up on me. I didn't want to make the trip alone, in the dark. But if the police did find a fully functional moonshine distillery, I knew my brother and Chuck would be going to jail for a long time. So, reluctantly, I grabbed my Little League bat, hopped on my dirt bike, and I started toward the lab. It's full dark by the time I reach the creek. Seeing no police my whole ride, I immediately hopped off my bike, and using all of my body weight, I was able to push the fermenting barrel into the creek, spilling all of the liquid, fermenting fruit and sugar, into the stream. The thick odor of alcohol burnt my nostrils when it poured out. Then I began swinging for the fences to every metal cylinder and pipe near me.
I'm sure it sounded like some sort of strange performance in the woods that night, like that group that used to bang on trash cans and other loud shit. It was sort of exciting, so I get it, I guess. Anyway, when I was done, I was physically exhausted. I sat there in the dirt amongst the bent metal, trying to catch my breath and regain some strength before hopping back on my bike. I felt like such a little badass having accomplished my demolition mission, but my ego is put into check when the sound of walking is heard. I thought the tribal police had shown up. I didn't see a flashlight, but the sound was approaching from down the creek. The sound of shuffling rocks under a slow pace of steps. As quiet as I can be, I put the kickstand on my bike, and I try to wheel it and myself behind a cluster of trees, out of sight from whoever's walking this way. When my bike was hidden, I got on my hands and knees and tried to crawl back out to retrieve my bat. It's just beyond my reach by the time the bushes across the creek begin to rustle and separate. Boots did not pass through the branches. Instead, the gravel shoreline was met with big paws. Following the legs up, a rushed assessment of what I'm seeing tells me it's not a cop, so I stand up. I still don't know what it is, though. Its movements are labored as it pushes through the bushes into view. As God is my witness, what fell out of those branches onto the rocks was an unholy monster of hell. Dashing back behind the trees, I watched the biggest gray wolf thing I'd ever laid eyes on. It made multiple attempts to pick itself up off the ground before falling back down again into the creek water. Its eyes glowed, but its eyelids rested heavy on them. It's pulled itself up the shore, and using a tree for leverage, it was able to pull itself up. This wolf is now standing on 2 feet, easily stretched to 8 feet tall. What was even more unnerving was watching it try to walk on 2 legs, rather than returning to 4. One paw still on the tree, I watch it try to lick the fur from its other arm before it starts making a guttural moan, and then rose up onto its feet in the rocks. Bearing witness to this creature freezes me in unmovable fear. But a very small portion of me was feeling bad to watch this creature get sick like that. Soon, this monster makes a struggling retreat into the darkness of the forest. When the area is once again silent, I jump on my dirt bike and get my ass out of there. When I got home, my mom still wasn't home, so I called Chuck's sister and I told her everything that happened. When I told her about the monster I saw, she just said, "Oh, you saw the dog man. You're lucky he wasn't hungry. But you still wrecked the lab, right?" I told her that I did, and we hung up. Something tells me I got really lucky that night. What I think is that the dog man was drinking from the creek when I dumped the moonshine into it. And by the time I'd made enough racket to warrant an investigation, the thing was already too intoxicated. The next day, tribal police found what was left of the moonshine business, but it was too destroyed for us to not argue that it was just discarded litter in the forest. When Chuck and my brother got released, they were back out in a different spot, making a new distiller by the end of that week. I never went all in on moonshining. The woods, they always unsettled me a bit after that. I stuck to daytime work and I stayed armed, but even still, I didn't like it.
The Vortex Highway, just a stretch of Route 33 near the southern edge of Oregon that's infamous for strange occurrences. Compasses spinning, birds flying in circles, electronics shorting out. I'd heard about it over the years being from near the area, even read a few online threads full of wild stories. But it wasn't until last year, when I took the route for myself, that I understood why people stayed away. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent most of my life behind the wheel, driving cross-country for work. Nothing scares me on the road, not thunderstorms or blizzards, not even the loneliness that comes with hours of driving through empty, isolated highways. But what happened to me on Route 33, I still can't explain. I was headed from Portland to a small town in Northern California for a work gig. It was a clear afternoon, a little overcast in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. My GPS directed me toward Route 33, a shortcut through some pretty rural areas. I remembered the stories about the vortex, shrugged them off, obviously. People love a good campfire tale. The moment I hit the stretch of road, though, things started to feel off. The trees that lined the road, they seemed too tall, too close together, as if they were leaning in, crowding the asphalt. My radio signal cut out, leaving me with only static. And that's common in remote areas, so no big deal, right? But then I noticed the sky, the overcast clouds. They'd thickened into a strange, swirling pattern directly above me, almost like they were moving in slow, tight circles. I remember glancing at my clock, 2:15 p.m. I had a lot of hours before sundown, a lot of driving. And that's when I started to feel wrong. The best way I can describe it is like a heaviness, a pressure building in the air. My chest felt tight, my head buzzed, as if I were sitting under high-voltage power lines. I chalked it up to being tired. I kept driving. Maybe it was a storm, but there was no rain, nothing, just the noise and the clouds. A few minutes later, something even stranger happened. I saw the same mile marker, the one that I had passed 10 minutes ago. I was sure of it. Mile marker 204. A sign for an old, run-down gas station up ahead that I'd already seen and decided to skip. I frowned, thinking I must have missed a turn somehow. I checked my GPS, but the screen was frozen. The little blue dot showing my location was stuck in place, like I wasn't moving at all. I pulled over, trying to get my bearings, feeling a little bit uneasy, thinking maybe I am superstitious. My phone had no service, which was kind of weird, but again, I thought it was just the area. I reset the GPS, turned the car back on, and kept going. And that's when it happened. I blinked. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment, I'm driving past a cluster of trees. The next, the road was completely different. The trees were gone. The sky, which had been an odd, swirling gray, was now a deep, dark purple. I slammed on my brakes. My heart was sort of hammering in my chest, and I was wondering what the hell just happened. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 7:43 p.m. 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. I sat there, staring at the time, trying to just make sense of it. There was no way I'd been driving for 5 hours. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't dozed off. It was just gone. Missing time. My phone was dead. No GPS. The air outside of my car felt thick. It was still humming. I had to keep driving. I didn't know where I was, but I really hoped I'd figure it out. I drove, faster now, trying to outrun whatever was happening. The pressure in my head was kind of unbearable, like my skull was being squeezed. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there was something behind me, just barely visible. A tall figure, maybe, dark, standing at the edge of the road, watching me, but getting further away. I I couldn't make out features in such a time. It was just a black outline. I really didn't want anything to do with this place, so I floored it, and I didn't look back again. After what felt like probably forever, I finally saw lights, and there was a town up ahead. As soon as I passed a gas station, my phone pinged to life, and the clock on my dashboard seemed to be working with reality, showing 8:10 p.m. That was about how much time had passed since I had this strange experience. At the moment I pulled into town, the pressure in the air had disappeared, and that strange buzzing was gone. The clouds, normal. But I still had no idea what happened. I checked my phone, scrolling through the hours that had disappeared. No missed calls, no messages. Like nothing had happened in those 5 hours. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I'd been somewhere else for a long time. There's not really a reason for me to take Route 33 anymore. I don't really even drive near it, but I do find myself obsessively checking the clock when I'm driving. Kind of afraid that one of these days I'll blink again, but this time I just won't come back or something. Ever since I was a kid, I remember my grandma denouncing horror of any kind. Ghoulish Halloween masks, haunted houses, scary movies. I had attributed this aversion to her background in faith. She is Hispanic and a devout Catholic. She believes anything horror-related is wrong, evil, you name it. So imagine my shock and curiosity when my grandparents shared a bombshell. Back in 1974, my grandpa convinced my grandma to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This would be her first and last scary movie. The weekend after the movie, my grandpa, grandma, my then toddler-aged mother, and my aunts and uncles decided to go horseback riding for the first time. Since everyone lived in Wisconsin, my family made the journey to a farm about 2 hours away. For the most part, everyone is in high spirits. Who can say no to a family adventure on a crisp autumn Wisconsin day? Despite the others' excitement, my grandmother is worried. Since she doesn't care for horses, she chooses to stay behind on her own with my mother. When my family arrives at the farm, it's 3 o'clock. According to my grandma, she watched everyone get saddled up and then slowly ride off into the tangle of trees. The guide leading my family called out that the ride would last less than 2 hours, mentioning different trails, the need for breaks, things of that nature. My grandma figures everyone will be back by 5 o'clock. She waits with my mother in the car, playing games, reading storybooks, and trying to silence her bubbling anxiety. Needless to say, 5 o'clock comes and goes. No sign of my family. By this time, my mother has fallen asleep, which leaves my grandma with no way to distract herself from her worries. Finally, when 6 o'clock rolls around, she calls out to the farmhand from her car window. No way she's leaving the safety of her vehicle. She demands to know why her family hasn't returned yet when 5 o'clock has long since passed. By now, darkness has begun bleeding into the Wisconsin sky. The farmhand assures her that everything is okay and that extra paths are taken throughout the ride. He tells her that her family should return soon. Now, keep in mind, this was well before cell phones were a thing. Also, a week before, she'd seen her first scary movie, and it had scared the shit out of her. At this point, my poor grandma feels like she's living out a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She tries to contain her worry and begins a hushed, fearful prayer until the flash of lightning that is soon followed by ear-splitting thunder. The noise wakes my mother, who starts to cry. My grandma must now not only ponder the frightening question of where her family went, but she also has a stressed, howling 2-year-old to deal with. It is now reaching 7 o'clock. The storm is growing more ferocious by the second. My grandma has to pee, and her bladder feels like it's going to explode. But between the roar of the storm and the images of crazed country maniacs plaguing her mind, she refuses to leave the vehicle. She plans in her head that if they aren't back by 7:30, she's going to leave and find the nearest gas station to phone for help. Again, no cell phones during these days. 7:30 comes. Her family hasn't come out of the woods. As she's scrambling around the car for the keys, she realizes my grandpa never gave them to her. The pound of a fist against her window shakes her from her whirlwind of panic. That panic amplifies by 1,000,000 when she notices a sizable, brawny man peering in at her. He's wearing a jacket, and the hood covers his head. My grandma says that by now, it felt like someone had pushed a button and sent the whole world into slow motion. Everything crawled by at a snail's pace. "Why don't you and the little one come inside?" the man yells. His words are authoritative and carry no hint of warmth. He isn't speaking from a place of concern. He's ordering my grandma into the farmhouse. All my grandma can do is shout, "Where's my family?" The man responds gruffly, "We're looking for them." My grandma orders him to call the police. The next words the man said made my grandma literally piss her pants. "We don't need the police." As he turns to go back into his house, he says, "You and the baby can come inside whenever you're ready." My grandma starts to sob, wholly convinced that her family has been brutally murdered, that she and her baby will be next. In the chaos of this moment, she hears someone calling her name, but because of the pitch-black darkness and her profound fear, she knows that she must be hearing things. Then she hears her name again, this time even louder. "Dora, help me!" It's my grandpa's voice. When she realizes this, she puts my mom in the back seat, grabs the wooden baseball bat that my grandpa keeps under his seat, locks the doors, and exits the car. "Keep calling my name. I can't see you," she cries. After what feels like an eternity, she follows my grandpa's voice to his location. When she gets to him, she realizes my grandpa needed help because he has guided my aunt across the high, rain-soaked grass. She hurt her ankle. They're both drenched from mud and rain and covered in scratches. The rest of my family is nowhere in sight. Before my grandma can assume the worst, she hears my uncle calling for my grandpa. One by one, everyone shuffles out of the wild woods and through the tall grass. Everyone is soaked in mud and injured in some capacity. Cuts, gashes, limping, unsteady, all shaken as well. When they finally make it back to their vehicles, the sounds of running engines and the flood of headlights get the attention of the man inside the farmhouse. The farmhouse door swings open, and the brawny man comes to stand on the porch. With an amused chuckle, he drawls, "Oh, you all made it out of there." My grandpa shouts, "That dumb asshole left us out there, never came back." All the man says in response is, "I'll have to talk to him about that. Y'all can come inside." His freakishly flippant and joking attitude sinks into his words. He knows damn well they aren't going into that house. My grandma begs my grandpa to leave it and get them out of there. With that, my family tears out of there as fast as humanly possible. Once the family was back home and safe, my grandpa explained what had happened. During the ride, the guide led them deep into the woods to a creek where the horses stopped for a drink. As the horses rested, the guide told my family that he had to go do something and would be back in 20 minutes. My family thought this was strange, and my grandpa even anxiously joked, "You're coming back, right?" The guide simply gave a low chuckle and took off on his horse. 20 minutes came and went, and the guide didn't return.
My family continued to wait as they had no idea where to go. They could see the sky blackening above them. They would have to make it out on their own. As my family rode off, they tried to remember the path back to the farm. They wandered aimlessly. Eventually, rain started to fall. Pulsing lightning and the crash of thunder spooked the horses. Everyone but my grandpa was thrown off their horses. When my grandpa climbed off his horse to help the others, his own horse galloped away as well. From there, it was a nightmare trying to navigate the woods while wounded and roaming through a thick void of darkness. The only advice I can give you is this. If you're going to go horseback riding, you better make sure it doesn't become a horseback ride from hell. Okay, so I live in Australia. I don't know where to post this as I'm not really sure, but my first thought was if anyone were to have any idea, it would probably be this group. If it makes any difference, I was born in the US and have family there. Moved here when I was a baby. Supposedly, I have a Native American bloodline from the Seneca tribe. It's currently autumn, and I live on the outskirts of a major city, still in the suburbs. This happened today in late afternoon, when I went to hang some washing on the line under our carport, attached to the side of the house. We were starting to lose daylight, so I thought I'd quickly pop out and hang up the last of the washing for the day. It was increasingly getting darker by the minute. I'd just begun hanging clothes when I started to get an uneasy feeling. I'm unsure why. I brushed it off as I was losing daylight quickly. A minute later, I heard a group of kids up the other end of the street, screaming, and then silence. Again, I brushed it off as kids just being kids and playing with each other. The intensity of unease grew, and I felt like I was being watched. I then heard a low growl, which was unlike anything I'd ever heard, and the air got significantly colder. All of the crickets and bugs went silent. I moved the clothes rack to outside the carport so I could use what little light was there to hurry this up as much as possible. While hanging and scanning around between picking up the next piece of clothing, I noticed something new. This dense garden that wrapped around our U-shaped driveway looked poor, like it had been trampled on in a decent section, maybe 13 feet of the garden. I intensely felt like I was really being watched by something, and right before finishing the clothes, the feeling started to ease off a little, began to warm back up, like it was when I initially came outside. I was raised with big dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, grew up in a rural countryside. I've heard all kinds of animal sounds, from wild dogs, foxes, koalas fighting, possums, bats. I have never in my life heard a growl like this before, and I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't sound natural. It sounded closest to a dog, but something about it was very wrong. Before going outside, my indoor cat desperately wanted out. Once I came inside, she was acting completely different. Skulking around, all of her fur puffed up. She then was following me at my ankles around the house, not normal for her. We have a lot of bushland surrounding us, live next to a river behind us. I don't fish in that river anymore, as I've always felt like someone was around.
Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their civil war. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle, as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Amon babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Aman knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting, with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only one oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold onto the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as two human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp. With the boy still passed out, Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Aman didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Aman couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. This summer, I came home from my first year of college, which involved a 3-hour flight. Keep that in mind. Back in January, I began seeing a black, shaggy dog all over campus. The first time was when my roommate and I were walking back to our dorm kinda late. The dog was sitting in the middle of the walkway. It looked hungry, so I gave it my pizza crust. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. If I looked out my window before bed, he would be just inside the tree line, looking up at me. I'd catch glimpses of him as I went to class, but he only got close a few other times. On each occasion, I was either alone or with only one other person. When it was time to come home for the summer, my friend and I shared a pizza with him as a kind of going-away present the night before I flew home. Remember how I said it was a 3-hour flight, right? Yeah. So explain to me how that dog made it all the way to my parents' house. My room's window looks out into the backyard, and it was right there, staring up at me. There was no way that it could be the same one, so I went outside for a closer look. But he was gone. When I asked my parents about it the following morning, they said they hadn't gotten a dog, and they hadn't seen a new one at any of the neighbors' houses either. I was starting to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That afternoon, my mom took me shopping, and as we backed out of the driveway, it was sitting on the curb across the street. She said that it must be a stray that just looked like the one from school, but I knew it was the same dog. I just didn't understand how it made the trip. I continued seeing it just like I had at school, only now I wasn't feeding it. I was officially creeped out. It was the first week of June when I saw it from my window while on the phone. The whole story spilled out of me, and my friend got pretty upset. She gave me that speech, "How can you let that poor dog starve because you're being ridiculous?" It felt like she restored a bit of sanity in me. Whatever the explanation for how it got there, it's just a dog, right? I was being awful. I felt so bad that I got off the phone, grabbed some leftover hamburger patties, and took them outside. The dog was waiting for me, but as I got closer, it limped away into the tree line. There was a small patch of woods between our house and the street behind us. Normally, I wouldn't have gone in, but I was worried about his limp. The idea that he got hurt while I was busy being afraid of a dog, it made me feel even worse. so I was extra eager to help. About 10 feet in, the overgrowth tripled, and I couldn't go any further in the dark. I threw the hamburgers thinking he would stop, but he only crawled deeper into the thicket. I didn't even have a flashlight, so I resigned myself to finding him in the morning. If my parents refused to take him in, we would at least get him to a shelter. But when I turned away, he made a sad, low, painful whimpering sound, and it broke my heart. I tried coaxing him out once more, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned to leave again, and this time, there was movement. So I turned back, and I saw the dog's outline, but it shifted into something completely different. It was so dark in there, but I could tell that much. Something had changed. The dog was changing shape. I noped out of there so fast that I fell on my face. As I pulled myself up, I heard a deep male voice calling me by name. The dog, or whatever it actually was, could talk, and it was moving forward on 2 legs instead of 4. I ran back inside, made sure everything was locked, but nothing ever emerged from the woods. Needless to say, no one believes me. They think that I had some kind of nightmare. If it had ended that night, I could probably convince myself they were right and let it go. But the dog is still here. I see it all the time. I have no idea what to do. If I was the only one who could see it, I would agree with the mental breakdown. But my parents not only see it, they've fed it. I don't know which would be worse, having it follow me back to school next month, or having it stay with my parents. Someone tell me what to do. When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or 2 off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night we saw it again. At first we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. We had a pretty big grizzly bear that would wander onto our property from time to time. My husband John named it the Blimp because, dear God, this was a round bear. We have a variety of other bears around, but the Blimp was a spectacle to behold. Whatever her diet consisted of did not involve cardio or climbing. We thought Blimp was a pregnant grizzly the first time we saw it. But when she never gave birth and continued getting bigger, we started to reconsider our first assumption. Our house and the other properties around us are relatively new, and still, we're the furthest you can reach before the road ends in a roundabout whose only entrance is its only exit. We don't mind its isolation, nor do we mind the occasional visits from the larger wildlife population. Blimp was never a nuisance. We have bear-proof trash bins out here for obvious reasons. One morning, John and I were unloading groceries from the truck after church when Blimp came out of the woods, less than 5 yards away. Both of us stopped what we were doing and held our breath. Up close, Blimp is by far the biggest bear I've ever seen in real life. She was so large that her walk was more of a waddle as she scooted by. She didn't even look in our direction. She must have seen we were there, but she couldn't have cared less about our presence. John dove into the back seat as I jumped into the passenger seat, and we slammed the doors of the truck. Then we watched Blimp continue through the tree line out our front yard. I think Blimp might have been one of the grizzlies that I could have possibly outrun, at least endurance-wise. Though, thankfully, my bold theory never had to be tested. Blimp was a chill bear. I'm sad to say, however, that this story breaks my heart before terror sinks in. One evening, near the end of last year, John went out to get firewood. It was a task that he did regularly, but this night, he'd return with tragic news that Blimp had been killed. It was heartbreaking. Both of us are big animal lovers, and we'd really grown accustomed to having Blimp around. Surely an animal that size did not have predators. She wouldn't have been able to grow so plump otherwise. I asked if it looked like she'd been shot. Was it possible one of our neighbors didn't have such a passive relationship towards a giant grizzly waddling through? John says no. He's white as a sheet. As he tells me, the scene he came across was much more troubling than an accidental or even intentional killing by anything he could think of. And certainly, a gun was not responsible for this carnage. A ways beyond the grassy part of the backyard, there's a long pathway starting at the bushes by the tree line. This leads to another small clearing in the forest. There, we have a chopping block made from an old stump and a beautiful fire pit that John welded himself. When John finished collecting the wood, he turned around with the bundle in his arms and noticed one of the trees was a completely different color. Walking closer to inspect this anomaly in nature, John would discover that it's only the side facing him that seems to be splashed with this pigment. A wide red streak, starting from the base of the tree, straight up into its branches. As John got closer, the red line looked wet. He placed a finger into the liquid. It was much thinner than the sappy consistency he was expecting to touch. Then, John visually begins to follow this red trail all the way up. John saw Blimp. Its limbs dangled as her body laid straddling a thick branch high up in the trees. The rib bones are exposed from a wound that looks like something had taken bites from her. Blimp's head was missing altogether. Touching the blood between his fingers again, it registers to John that the sickening mess of carnage above him had recently happened. Quickly scanning the other branches near the body, John starts to slowly back out from under the tree. The lack of noise around him became discernible as John's footsteps and heartbeat soon became the loudest sound he could hear. It was like the forest around him fell into stasis. A wave of nausea suddenly hit John with such force that he began dry heaving. Growing with the pain in his stomach was the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched. All sense of safety was pulled away in the atmospheric fluctuation, and that's when John rushed back to the house. With terror stuttering his words, that was his declaration. The next morning, we both went out to the fire pit to get a better look at the situation. I know some of you wouldn't, but there was no way I couldn't see it for myself, the mess John described. It seemed incomprehensible, and I was going to see what my husband saw, if for no other reason than sharing what's now a core memory. It was easy to see the blood in the daylight, and we noticed a trail started before the tree. There was a streak coming from further in the woods where Blimp had been dragged from. Claw marks cut deep into the bark of the trees nearest, all leading to a part of the grass that was saturated in blood and pieces of Blimp's fur. No way a mountain lion could have done something like that. Even if they got lucky and did somehow get the better of Blimp, it's absurd to think they'd be strong enough to drag the body vertically up a tree. I'm quite sure 0 North American wild animals possess the strength to accomplish such a feat. Also, when John and I actually walked to the bloodied tree and looked up, the body was no longer in the branches. I would have thought to ask if we had the wrong tree if it wasn't obviously the only tree with a river of blood climbing one side. What was left of Blimp was gone, most likely retrieved by whatever got the best of her. The next week, we set up a large fence that surrounded our house. We also got a semi-automatic and a Dalmatian named after one of the Marx brothers. Now, almost 6 months later, tensions have settled a bit. No new evidence has been presented to further our suspicions of an invasive apex predator. Though, there's some parts of our 20 acres that we don't bother exploring because they're simply too overgrown by thick woods. We try to make our way around the other areas of our property monthly to check on things, make sure we don't have anyone camping on the land, stuff like that. Recently, John and I were doing one of these routine checks with Harpo. He's up ahead sniffing and peeing on things, and I see him pick up a scent that gets him curious. The wagging of his tail stops, and he's focused on locating the source of the smell. It brings him towards a bush that he quickly starts digging and climbing into the vines of, all the way until his upper half disappears. My attention now is on Harpo's excitement, and I'm wondering what he's going to pull out of the bushes. Harpo begins tugging on something that he's got a hold of. The bush shakes as Harpo struggles to free the object. Finally, the branches snap and release Harpo backwards, with his new treasure tightly clenched in his teeth. At first glance, it looked like Harpo caught a giant raccoon in his mouth. I sprinted at him and yelled for him to drop it. Harpo does, and it falls in the grass. I recognize it as not being a raccoon. Harpo had a bear skull. Part of it, anyway. I got the leash out of my backpack, and Harpo walked closer to us. A river runs through the end of our property. It's the line that separates us and our neighbor's property. Harpo's always been a fan of playing in the water on our walks. So when we got there, I unhooked the leash from his collar, but Harpo didn't leave our side. Instead of running off as he normally would, he stayed glued to our hip all the way back to the house. So far, it's been the same ever since that day. We'll see how long that behavior sticks around. Since then, we've gone on plenty more walks around the property. Last weekend, we got the courage to make s'mores in the fire pit. We surely haven't solved any mysteries, but at this point, I think we're just grateful nothing happened to either of us out there, and that we feel somewhat safe again. We aren't exactly close to our neighbors, but I'm tempted to talk to the family or couple a mile down the road. They've lived here longer than the rest of us, and it just makes me wonder, what do they know about this area that we should know?
Fucking childhood trauma, huh? Here's one. Mid-90s. I'm on a field trip with my class in 3rd grade. We're going to the salmon hatchery because we spent the last month researching and doing projects on the salmon's life cycle. And it's the one and only trip that my dad will ever attend. It's my lucky day because he shows up soberish, at least to the untrained eye. You'd mistake my father's speech as concentrated enunciations before you'd suspect he's tipsy. And again, this day he wasn't too tipsy. We all packed on the school bus for hours until we reach our destination. The salmon hatchery is in the middle of the forest. The side we arrive on is guarded by a giant metal fence that we all file out and stand against while the teacher counts us. Once the number of kids matches the number on her paper, she presses a call box and says, "Cedar Park Elementary has arrived." The metal gates open and we follow our teacher, Miss Sawyer, to this salmon ladder thing. It looked like giant concrete stairs with a waterfall going down it, in between 2 flat cement areas. That's where we meet the 2 women who will be showing us around. This is how they start our field trip. Lady 1 has a blue dress with salmon printed all over it. Lady 2 is fitted up in all of the rubber fish gear, boots, suspenders, Carhartt coat. Lady One hands us all a little pamphlet with a map of the hatchery. Then she asks the class if we want to see a really big salmon that came in today. It's extra special because this one's pregnant. Kids cheer, and Lady Number 2 walks over to this tank that they have in the back of their truck. She pulls out this huge Chinook salmon. She brings it over to the crowd of children, and it's still alive, flipping and flapping while she tries to hold it steady. Then Lady Number 1 goes, "Do you want to see if it's pregnant?" Again, we all cheer, not knowing what she meant. We all form a half circle around Lady Number 2 as she struggles with the slippery, gasping fish. We still are unsure how they're going to check if it's pregnant. Lady Number 2 gets the salmon by the tail with one hand and lets the rest of its body start flopping on the concrete. With her other hand, she pulls a club from her lower cargo pocket, and with no warning at all, in front of 24 small children, she proceeds to bludgeon the salmon to death with everything she's got. We watch in horrified silence as blow after blow is laid down on this fish until it stops moving. No more flipping, no more flapping. My friend Sammy grabs my arm, and I see tears in his eyes. Then it goes from bad to worse. Lady Number 1 walks over to Lady Number 2, who's now pulling a big knife out of her cargo pocket. Lady Number 1 says, "Okay, let's find out if she's hiding any eggs." Lady Number 2 lifts the salmon up and fillets it right down the middle. Hundreds of little pink eggs splash onto the ground and continue to drip down. When the flood of fish eggs is done, Lady Number 2 does a discus spin and launches the salmon carcass into the trees, saying we're also helping feed the bears by doing this. Lady Number 1 then directs us all to follow her into the main building to continue the tour. The horrified silence is held amongst the children. We all huddle inside this cold, smelly brick building. Each room we're shown resembles the last, with giant loud machines all doing their respective jobs to make the hatchery run. Midway through, my dad tells everyone he's going back outside to smoke a cigarette. Lady Number 2 joins him. They both walk out as we continue strolling through the rooms. Finally, eventually, it's lunchtime. All the kids gather outside near a cluster of park benches and picnic tables. Earlier, I was excited because I knew my mom packed me my favorite lunch. Now, I'm still trying to find my appetite. My dad still hasn't returned, but I see Lady Number 2 getting back from whatever she was doing before her smoke break. I sit at a table with my friends, mainly Sammy, 2 other quiet kids. We eat our sandwiches while staring out at the forest, recounting the sickening start to our field trip. Then Sammy stops and points out towards something in the distance, in the tree line, and he says, "What's that?" Following his gaze, my stomach sinks down as my eyes become fixed on a huge creature staring back at us about 50 yards into the forest. One of the quiet kids gets up and runs to another table, saying nothing. I continue looking, staring intently. At first, I thought it was a really big bear standing on its hind legs, trying to get a better look at us. But as my eyes rapidly examined the creature, I could see that it had a large, bloody carcass of sorts, grasped in its hands. The carcass seemed larger than a fish, and the creature, well, it was like no bear I'd ever seen. It had defined arms, shoulders, Most importantly, it was holding something with hands. Really large hands, but hands nonetheless. It was huge, and it looked comfortable on two legs. I realized Sammy isn't saying anything. The other kid, either. We're all just staring. My stomach sinks deeper as I remember I still haven't seen my dad return. It's been a while now. Panicking, I think the worst. What if that thing killed my dad? What if that bloody thing it's holding is my dad? As horrible thoughts race through my mind, I never take my eyes off the thing. I just stare, examining it. Sammy says, "Maybe we should tell a teacher or your dad." I can't bring myself to move, but a few moments later, I break myself out of this trance. I stop looking for just a moment to turn my gaze to Sammy. He's still looking, and I say, "Sammy, I don't know where my dad is. What if that thing has my dad? What if my dad's dead?" I almost start crying, but I suck it up. The other quiet kid is now crying, though, drawing attention to us, but the creature doesn't move. Sammy looks at me. We look back at the thing, and then we both jump up off the picnic table to turn around and find our teacher. Right away, we're met with one of the other parents, and then Miss Sawyer. She's asking us what's going on. Why is everyone upset? First, Sammy and I talk at the same time, but she makes us stop talking, assuming that we're arguing or something. She turns her attention to the crying kid, and I'm feeling like I'm going to burst if I can't just get this lady to let me talk. I look around since I'm forced to be quiet, and the first person I see is my dad. He's sitting on a bench near the bathrooms, reading something. I'm relieved beyond belief, and when we make eye contact, I wave like crazy. But when he sees me, he heads into the bathroom. Seriously, Dad? By the time our teacher settles down the not-so-quiet kid, she actually lets us talk. It's no use. The creature is already gone. Frustrating. Sammy and I, like always, we sat together on the bus ride home. My dad, he wasn't interested, but still, Sammy and I talked about it the whole time. The creature was like nothing I'd ever seen at the time. Something that after getting a good look at, was not a bear. As an adult, I'm confident I saw a Bigfoot. It's amazing how foreign a concept it is to some, how resistant they are to the idea, whereas others just lean all in, like Bigfoot followers, lovers, hunters. I don't know about all that, but I'm pretty sure these things do exist. I'm pretty sure Sammy and I both saw one that day. I wonder whatever happened to Sammy, too. We lost touch after 6th grade, but he was a cool dude. It'd be cool to bounce this story off of him all these years later. I guess I'd just say, keep an open mind. And maybe don't let your kids go on a field trip if you see that it's for a salmon hatchery. That absolutely scarred me, probably more than the Bigfoot. That is, after I realized he wasn't holding my dad's corpse. So I live in a county that was pretty rural until the last 10 or 15 years. The biggest town in our county is pretty crowded now, overcrowded, and I hate it. I moved from there to the countryside. I like where I live, except it can be really creepy at night, because for miles and miles, it's dark and no streetlights. One thing about this county is that the main roads always get backed up real quick. There's an accident or whatever, so it pays to go on the back roads. The back roads, like any other rural place, are less populated, dark, lots of trees, and no sidewalks. Anyway, a few years ago, something happened that almost made me stop using the back roads. I was driving home kind of late one night. I decided to take one particular back road that shaved off 10 minutes from my commute home. I was tired and I had to get up early, so I was going fast, trying to get home soon. This road is a little more populated than some, but it's still super spooky in some stretches, because huge trees are alongside the road, and their branches and leaves make a tunnel of sorts. So I'm zipping through and around a curve. Up ahead, I see what I thought was a giant garden flag. You know, the flags that people put up in the springtime in their yards? Well, I thought it was a weird flag because it seemed like it was fairly tall and large, and it was in the middle of the road. As I get closer, my headlights hit it, and it's not a flag. It is a person, a lady. She was wearing a red fez. I live in rural Maryland. You don't just see a fez every day. A long, flowy white dress and an orange reflective sash across her chest. A little strange because she's in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, it got weirder. As dark as it was, as I drove by, I could see that she was about 60. She had glasses, and I could see her bright blue eyes. She looked in my passenger window, and she started doing this weird bounce thing. I thought she was going to try and get in my car. Mind you, I'm going pretty fast. I don't know what it was about her, but she freaked me the fuck out. I didn't think that she would rob me. I really thought that she was a soul snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly didn't think that she was human. I can't adequately describe how creepy she was. I sped past her as fast as I could. I kept glancing in my back seat to make sure she had not materialized in my car. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept watch in my rearview mirror. It was spring, so a little warm, but I felt bone-chillingly cold. I finally make it home, and I run in to tell my mom the story. I got in just as my brother was telling my mom about this weird lady he saw as he was driving. It was the same lady, but he saw her at the intersection from the highway and the back road, whereas I saw her further down the road. We both had the same reaction. She also tried looking in his car. She was also bouncing around when he saw her. He said that there was a car in front of him that sped off so fast when they drove past the lady. My brother was so freaked out, he won't travel that road anymore, not even during the day. Eventually, I found out that the lady lives in the woods. Apparently, at one time, her family lived on that road. Her father was ill, and she tried to take him to the hospital. He died on the way there, and she drove around with his body in her car for hours. I guess she has mental health issues, and I think she lost the house or got kicked out. I have friends that live off that street, so when I was talking about it, they knew exactly who it was. I still go on that road, but I haven't seen her since. I do hope she's okay, but I really do not want to run into her again. When our twins were just under a year old, me and my husband Ed had the bright idea to strap them into their car seats and drive 13 hours in order to attend a family reunion in Virginia. We left later than expected that afternoon. Within a couple of hours, the kids and I are asleep, and Ed drives through the night down I-64. Next time my eyes open, it's after midnight. We're outside of a travel center. Ed's gently shaking me awake. He's already gotten the car seats out with the kids still buckled in. They're still sleeping peacefully on the sidewalk in front. Ed says the travel center has a 24-hour diner attached to it, asks if I want to come in. Seeing as the hard part of unloading 2 car seats has already been taken care of, we go in. We walk through the travel center doors over to the diner on the opposite side of the facility. It's narrow and probably a claustrophobic nightmare when there's a crowd, but thankfully it's just us and the kids.
sitting down in a booth near the doors we entered from. My back is facing the front of the diner, which has 2 big windows looking out to another dark parking lot. I'm focused on reading the big laminated menu at our table. I thought that's what Ed was doing too, but when I look up, he's staring past me, his attention fixed on something in the diner parking lot. I ask, "What?" and turn around, but all I see is an empty parking lot. Ed tells me that an 18-wheeler just came in, all fucked up, with something black splattered over the front. It rolled past the diner windows, probably trying to park on the side of the building. Curious to make sense of what he'd just seen, Ed's about to get up from the table when a man runs into the diner. His disheveled, panic appearance makes Ed sit back down. We watch this man run up to the counter of the bar, start hitting the assistant's bell. When the hostess comes out from the back, her smile quickly falls when she sees the look on the man's face. He tells her that he needs to use the phone, that he's just hit something big on the interstate. He says it was massive, bigger than any animal he's ever seen. The man's clearly in a state of shock. His body shakes uncontrollably as he continues talking. He was heading southbound when his headlights caught these 2 creatures. It looked like they were fighting on the side of the road. It all happened in seconds, he says. One of the creatures pushes the other backwards into the street, right in front of the truck. He was going over 50, couldn't slow down in time. When the creature hit, it exploded like a water balloon. His description, not ours. It explodes, covering the front and side of his truck with a thick black liquid. He continues. When it split apart, large chunks of the creature went up while others went under. Even in its gelatinized state, it still possessed enough weight to severely bend the front grille of the truck, shattered the windshield a bit, and destroyed one of the axles. The whole diner is quiet, listening to this man. The cook has come out from the kitchen to join the hostess, and Ed's gotten back up out of the booth and walked over, taking a seat at the bar to hear the story. The phone is handed over, but no numbers are dialed. The man just holds on to the phone with a 1,000-yard stare, continuing to ramble. His emotions become more manic as he continues to recall what he'd seen. He says they fought like gorillas, but their limbs, they were bony, thin. The skin looked like crocodile scales. When the man starts to press the buttons on the phone, I see my husband and the cook walk out to the front of the diner. They're going to look at the truck. I stay behind, and while I wait, I hear the man make his call. Instead of calling emergency services, his first call is to work. He leaves a message explaining what he'd just told us. After he hangs up, the second call that he makes is to his wife, where he again tells the story, but then starts crying, telling her that he feels sick. The call ends with him saying, okay, then clicking the receiver once more and dialing emergency services. When Ed and the cook walk back in, Ed's bewildered. His mouth hangs open as we make eye contact on his way back to the table. He doesn't sit down, picking up the kids in the car seats. He tells me that we should leave. We hadn't ordered yet, and the hostess already had her hands full with the crying truck driver at the bar, so I grabbed our coats. We went out the back of the diner, back to our car. Exiting the travel center doors, Ed's walk turns into a jog as he gets to the car, and he quickly buckles up the kids. Right when the car doors shut, he's already in drive. If I hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, the inertia would have sent me into his lap when we pulled out of that parking lot. Back on the road, Ed tells me that when he and the cook went out to look at the truck, he didn't know how it could have driven to the diner with that amount of damage. Impossible, were his words. And he said whatever was on the truck smelled horrible, like sulfur and vomit. The The smell gave Ed a headache. It was throbbing and persistent hours after we left. Adding to this whole thing, later that night, Ed points out 3 military helicopters in the distance, zooming opposite to us. Nothing on the news the next morning. When we check into our hotel, I'm still a little weirded out by the night, and Ed's still feeling ill. I find the diner's number in the phone book. I try to call to see if I can get any updates. Curious about what had happened to the trucker after we left. But the phone went straight to an automated answering machine. After a few times of trying that, I decided to call the travel center's number, but their lines were down too. Ed stays in bed all that day. I end up having to go alone to the reunion with the kids. Ed's family is wonderful, but it's always a little uncomfortable attending a family reunion that's not your family's. However, it does give you an excuse to leave early, and thank God I did. When me and the kids got back to our hotel room, I find Ed on the bathroom floor. He's soiled himself. The paramedics that treat him suspect he had a seizure, take tests on him in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. There, after extensive amounts of blood work and several tests, the doctors tell us they think he's got radiation poisoning. They prescribe some potassium iodide capsules. It takes over a month for Ed to start feeling better. To this day, we've never heard of anything close to what that man described, or what Ed saw smeared all over his truck. Such an open-ended memory stuck in the back of my head for all these years. Just no idea what it all means. Backpacking in the Maryland, Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. Still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience. Having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. I don't know how many people will read this or how many will believe it. Frankly, I don't care. I know that this happened, my brother knows it, and even local law enforcement believes some of it. This happened on a ranch that my brother and I lease in eastern Montana. The ranch in question is massive, covering about 18 sections. A section is 1 square mile, or 640 acres, and it's 2/3 deeded, the rest being either BLM or state-owned. This land is incredibly rugged, being covered in clay hills and deep canyons, and is for the most part unfenced. There are several buffalo jumps on the ranch, where hundreds of years ago the natives would chase the herds of buffalo off the cliffs to their death. You can find buffalo bones at these sites. Supposedly, the ranch was also the site of a massacre, where an entire village of Hidatsa were killed by their enemies, the Sioux, although I haven't found any official records of that incident. Also on the ranch are 2 abandoned homesteads, the Mint Place and the Carter Place. The Mint homestead is merely 1 mile off the county road and relatively easy to access. So my brother and I still use the dated cattle pens that are part of it. The Carter place is more remote, however, only being accessible on horseback as the trail that went into it washed out many years ago. All that's left of the Carter place is a log cabin with a roof caving in, an old corral system, and a barn that has toppled over. The last people that lived in the Carter house was the Carter family themselves. But during the 1930s, the father went crazy, murdered the entire family before turning the gun on himself. At least that's what people said. The ranch's current owners live in California and have owned the ranch since purchasing it from the Mint family. This was during the 1980s. My brother and I started leasing the ranch in 2007. There was some unusual activity at first, mainly random lights, but nothing that couldn't be explained in a reasonable way. The real strangeness began in 2017, after a well was drilled on the property. I wonder now if this may have unleashed something. During the fall of 2017, I was searching for strays on horseback when I was approached by 2 frantic hunters. The hunters claimed that they were being stalked by a pack of wolves, but I was dismissive. There hadn't been any wolves in the area since the 1920s. The hunters claimed they knew the difference between coyotes and wolves, and were absolutely certain that what was stalking them was wolves. Whatever it was had seriously bothered them. Later in the year, we were trucking cattle away from the ranch and back to the home place. We found out that we were a dozen head short. Despite us running 600 cattle on the property, we kept very close tabs on the herd. It was unusual to lose more than 2. But no matter how many times we searched and recounted, we could not find the missing cattle. This began a trend, and so far since 2017, there have been a total of 138 unaccounted cattle, a financial loss of $165,000. Though there are many odd events that I could recount, this is one that stands out. This took place in October of 2020. Myself, my brother, and my brother's eldest son were gathering the cattle and herding them to the Mint homestead, where they could be loaded onto trucks and taken to our home ranch for the winter. By this point, the weird activity on the ranch had increased, so much so that we never went to the ranch without being armed. This day was no exception. Strapped to the saddle under my left leg was a Winchester .30-30 rifle. The morning went well. By noon, we'd gathered 200 head, which we penned up at the Mint place. After eating a quick lunch, my brother and nephew loaded their horses and left. My nephew had a football game later that day. I stayed alone and rode northwest toward the Carter homestead. The first strange thing to happen was when I rode down a canyon. As I was riding, I could hear multiple howls and cries coming from all directions. I cannot describe what these howls sounded like because they were like nothing I'd heard, not before or since. As I continued riding in the canyon, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. My horse, Ace, seemed to pick up on this as well, began spooking at almost every shadow. This was very out of character for him, as he was usually a very calm and collected horse. The second strange thing was when I approached the Carter homestead. As I crested a hill in front of it, something jumped out of the old log cabin and ran in the opposite direction. I was still close to a mile away, so I had to use my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through the lenses chilled me to the bone. It was a wolf, but it was massive, solid black. It was so large it could have been mistaken for a black bear, but it was undeniably canine. After seeing the wolf, my gut told me to turn around, come back later with company, but I ultimately continued. Throughout the course of the afternoon, I managed to convince myself that the wolf I saw was nothing more than a coyote, and its black fur was just a shadow. It was nearing dusk before I arrived back at the Mint place, herding 30 head of cattle in front of me. After I penned the cattle up, I led Ace back to my pickup and horse trailer. From a distance, I could see that something was wrong with the trailer. As I approached, I found that the axle had come apart. It didn't make any sense to me. It was fine when I drove it in, but there was no explanation as to what could have made it come apart when it wasn't moving. By this time, it was fairly dark outside, and as we were coming out the next day, I decided to unhook the trailer, leave Ace at the corrals overnight. When I left, I saw 3 blue lights near the corrals, but I attributed these lights to hunters and continued driving. I also heard some more of those howls, the ones I'd heard earlier in the day. When all 3 of us arrived the next morning, we found the corrals in a total mess. All the grass was turned up inside the corrals where the cattle had been milling. The fence was broken in several places. The cattle that were penned up the night before were nowhere to be found, along with Ace. My brother and nephew took off on horseback, trying to locate some of the cattle and Ace, but they only managed to find around 20 head. As I was without a horse, we repaired the trailer and left later in the afternoon. The next day, all 3 of us rode. We searched exclusively for Ace. During this time, I covered a lot of country that I would have otherwise missed, and I discovered more bizarre things. At the bottom of one of the canyons were hundreds of holes, about 1 foot in diameter and 3 foot deep. These holes had to have been dug by people, as there would be no animal that would have dug them. I also found a bone pile, which was exceptionally strange. There were the carcasses of 4 cows, all piled on top of each other in an area that they typically would not have accessed. At first, I thought that this was the act of poachers who were illegally killing and butchering cattle at the ranch. But there would have been no way to get to this location with a pickup or a 4-wheeler, for that matter. The more we searched, the less sense everything made. We searched for 3 days before we came across something. My brother radioed me. We had no cell service. He told me that he thought they found Ace. My nephew and I rode to his location, and sure enough, at the bottom of a sinkhole, which are pretty common in our area, was the carcass of Ace, along with 3 cows. The sinkhole was at the bottom of a canyon, with the walls of this canyon being 300 feet tall, the sinkhole being another 20 feet deep. It took an hour just to climb down the canyon walls. When I finally approached the sinkhole, I found Ace to be heavily mutilated. Both ears were removed, along with the eyes, nostrils, hooves. The back of him was not exposed, but it looked like his tail had been removed. The cows surrounding also had similar mutilations. As was the case with the howls, the wolf, and the trailer, none of this made sense. It would have been almost impossible for just 1 cow to end up in this location, let alone 3 cows and a horse. There were also no tracks leading into or out of the sinkhole or canyon. The sheriff and veterinarian were both notified and an investigation was launched. The ultimate conclusion was that something had caused the cattle to spook and break out of the corrals. Whatever it was, spooked them so bad that they ran all the way to the mint place, to the bottom of the sinkhole, and that's where they perished. When I mentioned the wolf that I'd seen, detectives were dismissive, just as I had been when the hunters told me of the wolf 3 years prior. No foul play was suspected, and the case was closed. Though there are many strange things that have happened since then, there were none quite as upsetting as the loss of my horse. Cattle continued to go missing, and now we only ride to the place in pairs. My brother and I are considering terminating the lease, as for the moment, the current cattle losses are unsustainable. I've always been a big YouTube watcher, and I found that many stories on the site came from Reddit, so I decided to share mine. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so Obviously, I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in a sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door. And it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. A few years ago, my boyfriend and best friend of 4 years had just dumped me. I was using this website, Meet Me, to meet people in my area while I was in college. My profile clearly stated that I was not explicitly looking for anyone to date, just wanted to meet new people. I had just been dumped, so I was really trying to put myself out there, and I'm not really the type to go out. In my area, there's a giant dance-a-thon that my university puts on every year to raise money for a children's hospital. I had someone message me and ask if I'd heard of it. I told him that my dance team usually performed at it every year. He told me he was actually one of the children that was supported by the event when he was younger. I thought that was really cool, so I asked him a little about his experience with that and genuinely thought it was interesting. After a while, that conversation was kind of dead and I didn't really have much else to say. Plus, it was getting late and I kind of wanted to go to bed. I told him so, and after about 10 minutes of laying in my bed, trying to sleep, I got another notification. I glanced at it real fast, and this dude had honestly sent me a novel. After this event, I swiftly deleted the account, so unfortunately, I don't have access to the exact messages. So I'm going to do my best to remember. The first one went a little something like, "Look, I'll be honest. I really want to keep talking to you. In fact, I'd actually really like to take you out on a date sometime. You seem like a really nice girl and very sweet and interesting. I think we would get along extremely well. I'm kind of alone in this world." Insert long-winded commentary about his loneliness here. He also didn't use any punctuation, so it took me a long time to dissect this. I responded and told him I wasn't interested. He was about 7 years older than me. I was 20 at the time. I tried to say goodnight again. Then he responded with another novel, along the lines of, "I don't think you understand. You're perfect to me. You were made for me. I'm sure of it. God speaks to me, you know. God wants us to be together, and we will be. One day, you'll be mine." I'm trying to be polite because he was so nice earlier, and I guess I'm naive. I don't totally know, but I kept responding, trying to let him down easy. Some more highlights. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but God has decided this. Who are we to deny him of his plan? Someday in the future, we'll end up together. You'll realize it soon. And things like, "We're going to have 3 children. I know their names. 2 boys, 1 girl. God spoke their names to me. I wrote them down when I was 7 years old, and I still have that paper. Do you know how I know you're going to be my wife? Because I wrote your name down with it. You'll be my wife. Don't make a mistake. God is talking to me now. He's saying your name to me. I can't let you leave." At this point, I blocked and reported him, noped the hell off that site, and I went to bed all creeped out. Morning came, and he had found me on Facebook, and he was going on and on and on, starting with comments along the lines of, "Where did you go? How could you do this to me? You're denying our fate." He did it all night. I freaked out, told him to leave me alone pretty aggressively, and blocked him. I deleted all of the social media apps off of my phone for the next few days. I asked my roommates to stay at home with me. They agreed after I told them what happened. I was actually genuinely afraid that this dude was going to come and find me. I mean, he was local, and I had made nice conversation by telling him my major and some clubs that I was in. He could have showed up anywhere. But thankfully, he didn't. And that was the end of that. So, creepy, meet me, dude. Let's not meet. This happened about 6 years ago. I'll never forget it. I woke up at about 3 a.m. needing to use the bathroom. I was a high school student back then and was living with my parents. In our house, we only had one bathroom, and it was downstairs. As I went downstairs, my eyes were drawn to the front door. I noticed that just by the position of the door handle, that the front door was unlocked. This actually happened quite a lot when I was in high school. I had the worst habit of leaving the door unlocked. When my parents came home from work, they would just stay home, but I liked to go out. I didn't ever stay out too late, though. I'd usually be home by 10 because one of my closest friends lived on the same street as us. We went over to each other's homes regularly. Anyway, I must have forgotten to lock the door when I came home that night. So the first thing I did when I went downstairs was lock the door. I didn't want to be in trouble in the morning. Next, I went and used the bathroom, and just as I was heading back upstairs, I heard a terrifying sound. Our door handle began to rattle. Someone was trying the door. In a house that stood in absolute silence, the sound of someone violently trying the door handle was very jarring. It jumped me out of my skin. Not really knowing what to do, I turned to face the door. I guess I wondered at the time if there was someone from my family behind that door. A family member who had just stepped out and now that I'd locked the door, couldn't get back in. Maybe someone realized that we were out of something that we would really need in the morning time. Possibly they came and went to the convenience store. These thoughts all seemed plausible to me at the time. I thought that I should probably just unlock the door before whichever family member was out there got angry at me. I turned to head back to the door, but for some reason I hesitated on picking up the key from the bowl on the table by the door. Something just didn't feel right. It was around 3 a.m., and I was sure that no one would be out that late. I decided to go upstairs quickly and see if anyone wasn't home. I slowly creaked open my parents' bedroom door and took a peek inside. I expected to see one half of the bed vacant, but it wasn't. Both of my parents were sleeping soundly in their bed. So that left me with one unanswerable question. Who was trying our front door a few moments ago? I stood at the top of the stairs thinking about this for a few seconds, and then I began to creep downstairs, one step at a time. I think a part of me was thinking that there was some sort of emergency, because this kind of thing just didn't really happen in my town. No one came to your house in the night, ever. I just thought that I should try to find out who was out there. I got to about halfway down the stairs, but then I froze. The door handle started rattling like crazy. The person who had a hold of the door handle on the other side of the door was forcing their weight down on it as they tried to open it. The door was making this horrible metal clunk as the handle was tried. It was shaking the whole frame of the door. I stood there, almost whimpering, frozen, trying not to attract attention for about 30 seconds, and all the while, that door handle rattled like crazy. After those 30 seconds were up, I heard a heavy thud against the bottom of the door. It seemed to me as if someone had tried one final attempt to kick the door in. After that final kick, the house fell back into silence, and whoever was out there, it seemed as if they had left. The following morning, our neighbors were all out in the street talking by the time I had left for school. A number of the cars in our neighborhood had flat tires. Someone had been out there last night slashing tires. I was so shaken by the whole series of events that it took me 2 years after it all happened to be comfortable with walking home alone again. I know it doesn't sound like all that much happened, but it was very traumatic for me. Even now, I torture myself by trying to figure out what that person came to our house for that night and what might have happened if I didn't need to use the bathroom at 3 a.m. If I'd stayed asleep for a few minutes longer, then I think that whoever was trying the door might have gotten in. And if they were slashing tires, then I guess that means they came with a weapon. I often wonder about what the purpose of their visit might have been, why they picked our house that night. The not knowing is almost as scary as it was that night. I remember my parents saying that the police never made an arrest. It scares me that whoever did this is still out there. There's a comment on this message board that I want to share with you. The same kind of thing happened to my mother. She was staying up late at home preparing for a family event, doing what a mom does, trying to be prepared for it. This old man from our neighborhood came on up to the door. He was really drunk, but my mom didn't know that at the time. She just thought that he had come to the door because there was some kind of emergency. She opened the door to him, and he just started rambling about the police and the local government and how much he hated them. My mom was involved in local politics at the time, so I think that's why he came to our home. My mom just let the guy ramble, tried her best not to provoke him. She wanted him gone as quick as possible. My mom can be really fiery sometimes and not afraid to tell people what she really thinks. But that night, she said that her gut feeling told her to just stay cool and composed. She said she even tried to joke around with the old man at her door. Seeing that he was changing his mood, she became a little more relieved. She had de-escalated him, and he was actually smiling. He turned to leave our porch, but before he did, he decided to share something with my mom. He said the following: "I was thinking of coming over here tonight and using this." He then pulled out a huge kitchen knife from the back of his waistband. "But you know what? You're all right." And with that, he left. My mother said that she began to hyperventilate as soon as she had closed and locked the door for the night. It was good thinking from my mother that saved her that night, and I think that kind of thinking may have saved the original poster in this story, too. Stay safe out there, everyone. Trust your gut in those early hours of the morning or late hours of the night. You just never know. It might save your life. I encountered what I believe was Bigfoot on 2 separate occasions. My first experience was when I was young. My parents had me in a very small private Christian school in rural Maine. I had roughly 6 classmates, and only one was my age, the teacher's son. One day, we were running around outside, racing, playing with rocks and things of that nature. Normal 7 to 10-year-old boy stuff. Now, out back of the church, there was a very large clearing, which I assumed at the time was to make room for additions. But me and my buddy, Josh, always liked to mess around back there, as the earth was extremely uneven. Little divots to hide in, plenty of rocks to flip over and discover salamanders. On this particularly warm afternoon, we were nearing the tree line when we both smelled something foul. We scoured the area for potential dead animals and found next to nothing. As we neared the center of the field, Josh stopped in his tracks and just stared at the tree line, frozen with fear. I called out his name a couple of times, and he just turned and ran, telling me, "Run." I looked in the direction that made him flee, and I saw a very tall, upright human figure.
walking between trees with its face following me. Hair covered its body. I too took off and never went back. Our parents, of course, said that we saw a bear, but we know what we saw was no bear. Fast forward to 2012. I've gotten married, have a child, and have enlisted in the U.S. Navy. I was stationed in the Pacific Northwest and have heard the stories, but heeded none of the warnings. My wife scoured the internet one weekend for an easy hike. Our daughter wasn't really old enough to walk, so we decided to bring the stroller. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the exact location, but I do know that it was off the beaten path. We pulled up to the trailhead and we saw a couple of people very swiftly get into their vehicle, almost panicked, and they sped off. My wife and I dismissed it as they were probably in a hurry to get somewhere, so we continued, business as usual. We began down the path and almost immediately started getting an uneasy feeling. Mutually and audibly, we agreed that something was off. About 5 minutes deep into this actually rough path, the stroller was a bad decision, we heard a blood-curdling scream, which sounded like a woman, but not quite human. It was deep in the woods to our left. My wife and I looked at each other frantically. Time to go. I grabbed my daughter and my wife grabbed the stroller, and we took off. We heard the scream moments later, but this time it was much closer. And now we were hearing something very large trudging through the woods, but we couldn't see anything. We slowed down to listen, trying desperately to keep our location hidden, despite the fact that we felt like we were being watched. Now, the thing moving in the woods was coming from different directions without warning. We could not pinpoint where to keep our eyes, which direction. As we paused briefly again, it seemed like the woods stood still. No sounds, not even birds chirping. We felt like this was our opportunity to barrel out of there. We took off. We were close to the trailhead anyway. Not seconds after our borderline sprint, a massive boulder, probably 100 pounds, launched across the trail as if by slingshot, bouncing off the massive trees. We tried to see where it came from, as there were no hills, but to no avail. We kept moving, and we noticed a downed tree that was in the walking path, which wasn't there previously. After that, we got into our vehicle and took off. Were these humans messing with us? My wife and I didn't wait to find out. It was terrifying, and I doubt that we'll ever know the truth. I've always attributed my bad luck to having multiple encounters or run-ins with the paranormal, from skinwalkers to ghosts. This is the most terrifying encounter that I might have ever had. When I was 11, my dad had taken me and my younger brother deer hunting on a ranch in Alice, Texas. He'd picked us up from our mom's house at 10 p.m., and we spent 2 hours driving to said ranch. When we got there, my grandpa and older brother were waiting for us, unlocking the gate to the entrance of the ranch. After a few minutes of cussing and rattling with keys, the gate opened. We drove about 10 minutes to get to camp on a long and gloomy dirt road. When we got there, my dad unpacked his and my bags, and I helped unpack my little brother, who was 7 at the time. My dad woke us up around 5 in the morning to get ready for hunting, and I drew the short end of the straw and had to take my little brother. I'm not that much of a complainer type, but when it came to my little brother, back then, he was quite clumsy and noisy. Anyways, He walked us to one of the 5 or 4 deer blinds around the property and gave us a quick briefing about gun safety. Now you might be thinking, leaving a gun with an 11 and 7-year-old is not a smart idea, but he'd already put me in a hunting program that includes how to handle firearms. Back to the story. Once he gave us a briefing, and my little brother had climbed up into the blind, my dad handed me my rifle. Nothing too fancy, just a .22. Something suited for a child to use. Not too much kick, but nonetheless still a firearm that should be used properly. We must have sat there for about 3 hours, and the feeders have a timed release of corn. About 30 minutes goes by, and there's some movement in the brush ahead. Out of the brush emerged a 10-point buck and 2 does. My little brother had started to reach for my rifle, which I had propped up against the wall. I carefully swatted his hand away. He looked up at me with this face that I can only describe as a mix between annoyance and anger. He slumped down in his chair, tears in his eyes, and his lip quivering. I told him I was sorry for hitting him. At the time, I was conflicted with seeing my little brother like this. It just really didn't sit well with me, so I grabbed my rifle and I told him if I had a shot, I'd see what I could do. He just looked and nodded at me as I aimed through the scope and had the buck in my crosshairs. The doe's head snapped up from eating the corn off the ground, and so did the buck's. I assumed they must have heard me or my little brother, but I didn't remember him crying loudly or my rifle thudding against the wooden slot. No, it was something else. It wasn't because of me or my brother. I've seen this before in documentaries. Their wide-eyed stare and their fixated eyes at the brush. It was like a switch, you know? The forest or brush booming with insects and birds chirping suddenly stopped. Only the wind and occasional breathing from me and the deer. They say when a whole forest goes quiet, a big predator is about. But the only big predators we have this far down in South Texas are coyotes, especially in that ranch. The deer seemed to snap out of their trance and ran off in the opposite direction from where they came. I sat back down with my little brother, who had fallen asleep, and I propped my rifle against the wall. I double-checked that it was steady and that the door was locked with the bolt and the padlock secured. Hours passed, and it was late evening. We were already about to get out of the blind when my brother tugged on my arm and pointed at something near the feeder. I looked back and I saw something large and bulky. It was on all fours, sniffing loudly at the feeders. Assuming it was a wild boar, which are present on the ranch, I grabbed my rifle. I sat down in my chair and took aim. Between the fading sunlight and the lack of lighting in the blind, I could barely make out the thing. But as the moon came out, I got a better look at it. And no, it wasn't your typical full moon bullshit about werewolves. It was a waxing gibbous, and it was enough to light the figure. While I was staring at this thing, chills ran up my spine. What I originally thought was a boar was this large dog. It had the head of a German shepherd, but much bigger. Its upper torso was like a man's but covered in dark black fur. Its ears were sharp and perked like a dog's. Its muzzle, exactly like a canine's should be. Out of nowhere, the thing stood up on its hind legs, started sniffing the air. I looked at my brother, who was white as a ghost, and tears ran down his eyes. When I looked back, it was in front of the window of the blind, peeking in. Its sharp yellow teeth dripping in saliva, in a substance I couldn't see at the time. Its eyes, piercing yellow, and I swear I saw a smile. Sometimes there's things science can't explain, nor our brains can, and for certain, This was one. After minutes, which felt like an eternity, it started walking around the blind, its loud, heavy footsteps circling the blind, claws dragging across the wooden walls. Its loud sniffing. After 5 minutes, the footsteps stopped, and then I heard a loud thud on the blind. It was on the roof. The blind was at least 5 feet tall, and the thing was just as tall, if not taller, as it was able to peek through the window of the blind. I took my rifle off the safety, and I took aim at the roof, and I shot. I hit something as a blood-curdling howl erupted from the rooftop. Then a loud thud and quick, heavy footsteps running towards the brush. A few minutes later, our father picked us up, and we told him about our experience. He told us we were just seeing things, eyes merely playing tricks. But we insisted, so he checked the trail cams, the one near our blind. He saw reflected eyes right near the blind. Most people know that canines' eyes reflect light in the dark, and most predators' eyes do too. He thought it was a coyote, but he quickly realized the eyes were massive. After a few days, we left, and I've never had another run-in with it since. My ex-father-in-law was a troop leader for a local Boy Scouts. I was chaperoning a group of boys on a night hike in some woodland locally. I remained at the base in the car park helping prepare tea, cocoa, and snacks. A few of the kids were always around as they went out in intervals with one leader or another, so it was important for an adult to be there to supervise them. I was around 18, 19 at the time. A car pulled into the car park, which had been corded off and reserved for us to use for the day so the kids would be safe. No one got out of the car, so another leader went over to tell them that the park was off limits or to see if it was a parent showing up early for some reason. They came back almost immediately and told me to call the police. I was the only one with a phone at the time. They said the man in the car wouldn't speak, but was wearing a mask. It was actually the mask from the Scream films, and that he had a shotgun, a pile of rope, and tarpaulin in his car. I remember being so scared that I couldn't even remember the name of the park when I was speaking to the police. I was shaking and couldn't get the words out quickly enough. All I could think was that we couldn't see the car, so I had no idea if the man was still in it or out in the woods, where we had 30 kids in the dark with no way of contacting them. Thankfully, the police showed up in minutes, quickly found the man, and arrested him. He said that he was out there hunting rabbits. Why would you do so with a shotgun or need a mask and rope? I don't know. We got all the kids back safely and didn't tell them what had happened, but the sight of 7 or 8 police cars and a police dog, it was pretty difficult to ignore. Definitely one of the scariest experiences I've had. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account.
Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on 2 legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. So right now, my garage is being rebuilt, and one of the doors is gone because the whole frame needs to be rebuilt, and it's taking longer than expected. There's no door at the moment. No big deal. It's just a garage. The house will survive if a raccoon or something gets in. But I'm not kidding. This happened just like 20 minutes ago. My cat ran outside behind me, and like an hour after that happened, I could hear him and the neighbor's cat fighting. I try to keep my cat inside, but he's fast. He'll run between my legs and right out the door.
Okay, so cat got out. Him and the other cat are making some noise. Pretty average night so far. And then they get louder and a bit louder. And then I hear what had to have been a fox, but Jesus, it sounded like a recording of a human. Like, I'm not lying, and I guess I'm pretty sure it was a fox, but you know what? Fox, Cthulhu, either way, I'm not going to go back out tonight. Fuck that. So, why am I posting this? I've had experiences with skinwalkers before. I've got another story out there. I sort of thought that it had lost interest in me because it's been a few years, but after hearing that scream, just... no thanks. I'll stay inside. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon, my house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it.
Then, I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. So the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside, something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? When I was around 11, I got very into fairies, but more in a witchy way, I guess you could say. I realize that's kind of odd for a kid to be into things like this, but you gotta know I was very imaginative, somewhat of a lonely kid. I've always loved fairies. My mom got me a book on them. It included fairy language, a list of gifts to offer fairies should you wish to interact with them. Of course, I wanted to contact them. What little girl wouldn't? For about a month, I wandered out to the backwoods of my house by a river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water. I would leave little written notes in their supposed language, along with little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly, that I'd probably never get results, but damn if I wasn't determined. So I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was the wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them. This time, I weighed them down with small rocks so they couldn't just blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by. My gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then, on the third day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks were moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually I got what I wanted. I wandered out into the woods, and I saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large. I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on a branch close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs. Tiny, thin, pale limbs. Hands, feet. I stopped dead in my tracks, looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly. It was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went past her feet, a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant, black, bug-like alien eyes, but she definitely had a face. And she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to look at the other one because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked the door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on my backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone, and I never saw them again. Despite me trying over and over again, my gifts were never taken again. I felt sad and stupid because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I know now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else seen a fairy, and did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who's seen what I've seen. I went to the library and looked at every book on butterflies I could find, Googled. I couldn't find a butterfly matching any description that looked like what I saw. It's something I'll never, ever forget. I remember her so clearly, I could draw her. This happened 10 years ago, when I was 18, still living with my parents and siblings, but I remember it vividly. We lived in a small Canadian town near the Rocky Mountains, and my friend was also living with us at the time. Back then, my family was part of a cult. We didn't know that that's what it was yet, but it's relevant to the story. It was 11:30 on a clear summer night. My friend and I were told that we had to go live with the leaders of the cult. The leader's house was across the back alleyway, and a few houses down from my parents. We didn't want to live with them, so we spent as much time as possible at my parents' house and only returned to the cult late at night. On this particular night, we left my parents' house and my mom locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. There's no fence around our backyard, so we walked straight to the alleyway and immediately heard the garbage cans behind us being knocked around. Like a clumsy person bumped into them. I assumed we startled a bear while it was digging through someone's trash. We're used to having lots of wildlife in the area. I panicked while I tried to decide if we should go back to bang on my parents' locked door or if we should run for the always unlocked cult house. My friend started repeating my name and grabbing my arm while looking at the garbage cans. Then she suddenly screamed, and I looked back too. There was no bear digging through the trash, only a huge flying thing. It swooped over our heads and shot up to about 15 feet. Now, we were both screaming, and here's the kicker. It flew straight by the cult house before flying out of sight. When it turned, we had a clear view in the streetlights. I just can't fathom it being anything other than paranormal. It was inky black, with a wingspan of roughly 9 feet long. I've never seen a darker black before or since. No distinguishable features, no feathers, head, eyes, beak, or legs, nothing. The best description I can think of is a huge stingray, minus the tail, but with much bigger wings. My friend described it as a shadow of a large flying creature, but way more solid. It flew beautifully and smoothly, without making a sound. The way it effortlessly maneuvered its large size between the two houses was impressive, but it was also terrifying. The experience left us shocked and frightened. We stood there for a short time, watching to see if it returned, but it never did. Eventually, we composed ourselves and went to the cult house. There were actually 2 leaders, a man and a woman. We immediately told the woman everything. When we finished, she stared at us with a strange look on her face and simply said, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." Then she walked away. My friend and I stayed up for hours, watching out the front window, wondering if we would see it. Thankfully, we never saw it again. I've tried to find the creature on Google, but I've never found anything remotely similar. Does anyone here know what it might be? Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically. I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. In that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there, frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help.
The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were. But with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. I'm a female trucker from Tennessee, and I've seen some crazy shit in the last 20 years, but nothing like what I just experienced. I prefer to get my sleep during the day and do my traveling at night. Less traffic and lunatics that way. I got back on the road at 9 p.m. thinking I would arrive at my destination right as they were opening, but I'm so terrified that I had to pull over at a rest stop.
there's lights and people here. I really don't want to be alone right now, especially on a dark highway in the middle of nowhere. It was around 1 a.m. when things started getting weird. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I had this feeling of dread or impending doom. I'm not a paranoid person. I turned 46 last week, and I can't name a single other instance where I felt anything like that. It bothered me so much I had to call my partner and kids to make sure they were okay. They didn't really appreciate it. They assumed something must have happened to me because I forgot what time it was. But I couldn't help myself. I should have at least felt better once I'd spoken to everyone, but I didn't. If anything, the feeling only got worse. I even tried distracting myself with podcasts, but there was no shaking it. The only thing I could think to do next was to check with other drivers. So I grabbed the CB. I only glanced away from the road for a fraction of a second, but when I looked up again, there was a huge, hulking figure on the side of the road. I only caught a glimpse before passing it entirely. It happened so fast, I immediately began to wonder if I even correctly interpreted what I saw. Then, the more I thought about it, the more my brain began to reform the humanoid shape into a tree. Maybe it was sheer terror, or maybe it's because I knew the only reason someone would be out there is if they were in trouble. What if I was leaving some poor soul to their doom? Logically, that was the most likely scenario, and any other night, I probably wouldn't have hesitated to turn around. But I was so sure about that feeling. I knew something bad was going to happen if I turned around. A few minutes later, I realized the CB was still in my hand, but I'd lost interest in using it. I didn't know what I'd even say. It was just past 1:30, and anyone I spoke to would probably assume I'd just taken too many stay-awake pills. Once again, I glanced down just long enough to put the CB back, and when my eyes returned to the road, some huge creature was flying straight at me. Yes, flying. I screamed and instinctively hit the gas rather than the brakes. It was coming in low. I kept imagining it smashing straight through my windshield. It looked much different in the beam of my headlights. Its flesh was gray and mottled, one of its wings longer than its entire body. It happened too quickly to make out any facial features, but from what I could tell, covered in scars, missing a nose. Instead of coming through my windshield, it landed on top of my rig. I felt the whole thing shake with its impact. And had I been a less experienced driver, I probably would have panicked, and it would have caused the whole thing to flip over. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't imagine stopping. So I just kept going as the sound of its heavy, thudding footsteps made their way towards the cab. When it finally came to a stop, there was a screeching sound, like knives scraping against metal, just above my head. I thought it was going to rip open the cab and yank me out right there on the spot. But I still didn't stop. I couldn't. It probably only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity before the noise finally stopped. The sound of gigantic flapping wings began to fade in the distance. It was definitely gone for the moment, but that didn't mean it wouldn't come back. I found this rest area 30 minutes later, parked right between two other rigs. It's bad form to park so close when there's plenty of room available, but they'll have to get over it. As soon as I drop off this load, I'm going to take off a few weeks. I need to reevaluate how I do things. I know this sounds like I've lost my mind. I wouldn't have believed this story if it happened to someone else, probably. So I don't blame anyone for not believing me. But on the off chance anyone else has ever seen something like this, please, please, let me know. So, first of all, please excuse my ignorance with certain matters, but I'm desperate for answers.
I've never really been into scary stuff at all, so I've never browsed these topics, but I'm hoping someone has an idea of what I saw. In case it matters, I'm a 23-year-old female, and I just moved to Oregon 6 months ago. I'm originally from Maine, so obviously that's been an adjustment, but in a good way. I love my new home and job. I've made amazing friends, and I'm dating someone new. But then there's this other thing. Well, first, before you suggest it, you should know that I've never had any mental health issues. I've never been depressed or overly anxious. If anything, I had the most normal, boring life you could possibly imagine, until recently. I live in a semi-wooded but suburban area. I have neighbors, but we have a small stretch of woods between us. We aren't exactly far apart, but we aren't on top of each other either. I decided to plant a few flower beds in a small garden in the backyard, which obviously required spending a significant amount of time outside. It was never a problem to work during the day, but as it grew darker, I would hear something moving around in the woods. It sounded too heavy to be a raccoon or anything like that, so I thought it was one of my neighbors, and that kind of freaked me out, especially since the later it got, the closer it seemed to come. That part really freaked me out, so I started gardening as early as possible, but my work schedule wasn't always very sensitive to this necessity. Even so, I got it done, and my garden grew just fine. The first time I actually laid eyes on the thing making all of this noise was a couple of days before the first tomatoes would be ripe enough to pick. I had been excited about the prospect, and as a result found myself staring through the patio doors more and more. Except, on this night, something else was back there too. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing, so I turned on the floodlights, but then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the middle of my backyard was an extremely pale humanoid figure, crouched down on all fours, but it looked to be about the size of a large man. It had no nose, no mouth, but there was a shining green eye in the center of its forehead, with two more on either side of its head. Maybe they weren't eyes, but they were glowing. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. I called 911 and got as far as, "Help, there's a..." before realizing what I would sound like if I told the truth. Ultimately, I worried they wouldn't send anyone if it sounded like a prank, so I said there was a strange man in a mask crouched in my backyard. I desperately wished for it to be the truth, but I just didn't see how any human's arms could be that long. I hid in a closet until the police arrived. They searched the woods around my house, but whatever I'd seen was gone. The officer said it was probably just a neighborhood kid fooling around, and to call back if I saw anything else. Well, there wasn't anything else until 3 nights later. I was sleeping, but the sound of the squeaking floor began to seep into my dreams, and the long creak of the bedroom door brought me back to reality. I didn't move at first. My mind was too foggy to immediately comprehend the danger behind such sounds, but my eyes soon shot open with the harsh realization, and I screamed at the sight before me. The creature was standing in my doorway, just watching. It didn't move, and neither did I. Aside from being frozen with fear and shock, I also worried it might charge at the first sign of any disturbance. I'm not sure what time it was when this happened, so I can't say for sure how long we stayed like that, but it was almost 4 a.m. when the thing finally left. It backed out into the hallway without ever taking its eyes away from me, and I listened as it made its way out the door. Ever since that night, I've kept everything locked and placed a burglar bar on my sliding glass door. So far, it hasn't gotten back inside, but I've seen it in my yard twice since then. The last time was just 2 nights ago, and I know it's going to keep coming back. I also know I sound like a lunatic, but I have no clue what I should do next. Can anyone help me? The About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset. Which, yes, sounds dumb, but it's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked. Not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, "I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run." We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that. I grew up and still live close to a pretty haunted beach in Alabama. Several summers ago, while visiting the beach, my brother and I saw something in one of the large homes they were building. The thing is, no one was occupying the homes at the time. The entire area was completely closed off, and there's no way for a car to get into the development from the side street. My brother stops us in our tracks, and he asks me if I see that thing on the second-story deck. My eyes move quickly to what I think is the second-story deck, and there's a woman. She's wearing all white. She almost appears to be lit up somehow, as if she herself were glowing. I don't know where the moon was that night, but she emitted a similar shade of light. Suddenly, and yet slowly, she disappeared. It was darker now. Without a word, we ran back to our house and silently wondered what we saw. Several months later, when walking the same beach during the day, I heard my brother tell our cousin, "That's where I saw the guy." "What guy?" I interjected, and he said, "You saw too, remember? The soldier." Only, I didn't see a soldier. I'd seen a woman. So, Did my brother and I see two different ghosts in the same place? I go to college in Arizona, but my girlfriend and I drove home for Christmas break. The majority of our travel occurred at night. It was between midnight and 3 a.m. when we passed through the Navajo and Hopi reservations. We were on Highway 160, following my car's built-in GPS, but shortly after entering the reservation, it suddenly began adding strange, jagged loops to my route. If I selected one, it added anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes onto the trip, even though it looked like less than a quarter of a mile. At first, the alternate routes were coordinated with driveways and utility routes, but 15 minutes later, they appeared randomly. My girlfriend and I were a little freaked out, noticed other oddities. We only had one truck pass us. We couldn't catch up to the vehicle ahead of us, and the one behind us never got closer. I'm only speculating, but the routes looked suspiciously like a written language, not roads. There were sharp edges, triangles at the end of straight lines, zigzags, and weird knot shapes. I can't find anything similar online, but a family friend said she had something similar happen on the same highway 4 months ago. I'll do my best to explain what I saw, but it's difficult to paint an exact picture. I was driving across the country with my mom. We'd just entered California a little before 11 p.m. We were in a rural area. There were other cars around, but not what you would call traffic. I saw an item glowing in the dark, neon blue. It was just off the side of the road. Somehow, it was very bright, without lighting up the area around it. It was roughly 5 feet tall, 2 feet wide with ribbed sides. It was also shaped like some kind of energy cell from a sci-fi movie. And it was moving in a very strange way, like it was glued to the ground and tracing the hilly terrain. After a few seconds, it disappeared into the freaking ground, and 2 small spotlights pointing to the sky appeared in its place. They were moving really fast, but the light didn't reach very far. It looked like they were being stopped by an invisible dome. Inside the dome, everything was lit up, and it almost looked like fog, but I could still see the spotlights turning in the middle. We kept driving past it. Not 5 seconds later, Mom screamed, "What the hell is that?" I never saw what she was referring to, but she basically described black stickmen. They were about 12 feet tall, stick-thin, didn't have discernible heads. They also walked with a bounce or a waddle in their step. At first, there was only one, and another appeared close by. I can't shake the feeling that the blue light has something to do with the government going after these things. As we fled, we saw lights flashing in the distant sky. They were too close together to be an aircraft. I graduated from SCU in 1998. Though people always talked about how the university was haunted due to it being buried on an ancient Indian burial ground, it wasn't until my 3rd year I actually experienced something myself. Inching towards finals, I'd been studying later than normal, and not in the student housing building because that was nearly impossible. And the thing about this school is it doesn't look spooky or dilapidated, not even at night. But this night, it for sure was spooky. I was sitting with my back to the bookshelves. Behind me, I heard movement on the shelf. I remember thinking, I didn't see anyone go back there. It suddenly sounded like a book fell, and almost immediately, many books. I turned to see if someone needed help, but I didn't see anyone or any books. Incredibly curious, I walked over to the other side of the bookcase, and sure enough, there were about 5 books on the floor, but there was no sign of an actual person. However, someone would have had to pass me to leave the library. I saw no one. To make matters worse, When I went back to where I was seated, my pencil all but disappeared. And still, I had never seen anyone walk by or near me. Last April for spring break, I took the kids camping in Cherry Creek State Park in Colorado. On our first night, the kids wanted to do a little night hike, so we gathered our flashlights, found a trail by our campsite. On the walk, my son's in front, leading the way, my other boy behind me. To my right, I feel his hand grab a hold of mine, so I hold his hand as we're walking. Then, I feel someone brush past me on my left. It's my son skipping up to be with his brother. Then I realized I still had the sensation of holding someone's hand. I let go and quickly reel my hand back while simultaneously spinning around with my flashlight, only to see an empty trail behind me. My boys are still in front, enjoying their hike, so I do my best to suppress the terror growing in my chest. I jog to catch up with them, pretend nothing happened. One of the most oddly horrifying things that's ever happened to me. I live in Chicago, and I used to stay in a classic walk-up in Hyde Park. One night, my boyfriend and I were asleep, and our puppy was on the floor when I was startled awake by something freezing cold touching my foot. It felt like a hand, and it was so cold it almost felt wet. Immediately, I thought of an elderly white woman with frazzled hair and small, bony hands. I'd like to think it was only my dog's nose, but my feet were under the covers. Growing up, the shower doors in my bathroom used to rattle at night. Our house was built in the late 1800s, but I had beautiful sliding glass doors on my shower. I asked my dad about it on 3 separate occasions and received a different answer each time. He thought it was either caused by the house settling or a passing train, though the closest tracks were a mile away. The last time I asked, we didn't live there anymore, and he joked that it could have been a ghost. When I was in 4th grade, my family took a trip to visit SeaWorld. We were driving from Jersey, and before hitting Orlando, we stopped at a small grocery store. I remember a man. He was handing out flyers in front of the store, dressed like an old-school, almost cartoonish representation of a carnival barker. My father politely grabbed the flyer and passed it on to my mother, who passed it on to me. It seemed to be for a new Disney park, but not Disney World. We decided to see the park before checking into our hotel. It was on the way. After a somewhat short drive through a heavily forested area, we arrive and are met with 2 towering, large white doors. There's a sign with the park hours posted in the middle. It appears they're closed, so my father says, "Tomorrow," and we head to our hotel. The next morning, we make our way back to the mysterious Disney park. Only this time, it's not there. The only thing we can see are remnants of the old towering gates, only they're not white. The wood looks very distressed. Just beyond are pieces of twisted metal, resembling carnival rides. As my father turns the car around, my parents discuss the strangeness of the situation. I'm able to then see more pieces of more rides. No idea what they were, aside from parts of a carousel, horses, a bench, even the big tent piece that sits over the top. I just wish that we would have kept that flyer, but curious if anyone else in the world has had a similar experience in Orlando. I live in a rural southeast Georgia town, and I have 2 friendly dogs who love to play. One sunny day, I had the dogs in the yard when a strange stray showed up. It was running around the yard while my dogs chased it. All 3 seemed to be enjoying their game, and it lasted for almost 15 minutes before the strange dog ran into the side of my house at full speed and disappeared. Dogs were also running at top speed, and they had trouble stopping before they slammed into the siding. They stayed in that area, frantically searching for the other dog. They were running in circles while whining and sniffing. I saw the whole thing from 100 feet away, went over to check myself. There was no place the dog could have gone.
There was no hole under the house. It didn't make any sense. The dog just vanished into thin air. Maybe it was a ghost. I'd never seen it before, and I haven't seen it since. Did anyone else see that huge UFO driving on I-84 near Twin Falls, Idaho, last night? I've seen plenty of UFOs around here, but this was the biggest I'd ever seen. It was close, too. As I was driving round the bends heading towards Boise, the usual dark highway had one stretch of road illuminated like it was daytime. I could see the bright patch of road a little over a mile before I slammed on my brakes, trying to figure out where this light was coming from. Then I looked up. This thing was massive. I'd say at least 2 football fields in length. One circular white light in the center. It was projecting down onto the highway. Please tell me if anyone else saw this. I'm sure if looking in the right direction, this could have been seen by the whole county. Especially the way it was glowing on the bottom. I didn't go further into the lit-up highway. I did the opposite and flipped a U-turn so that I wouldn't have to drive through it. Added an extra 40 minutes onto my drive, but wow, I definitely didn't want to tempt fate by crossing its path. The Chuck E. Cheese in Lexington, Kentucky was haunted as hell. When I worked there, management actually paid people time and a half to work the closing shift. I was broke and desperate to survive college without asking for help from my family, so time and a half seemed like a good deal. On the first night, 3 co-workers and I closed up. Me and another girl shut down the animatronic band in the back, and 4 out of 5 animals slumped when shut off. But the banjo dog stayed upright. I pointed it out and my coworker hurried out the double doors, leaving me alone. When I turn around, the dog's head is completely backwards. I sprinted out and slammed the doors behind me. After that, I didn't look at the animatronics when I turned them off. I kept my head down and ignored the metal creaks until I got out and locked the doors behind me. Another night, another paycheck. I did that 3 nights a week for a year. The Lanes Reservation in Michigan is infested with skinwalkers, so much so that tribal police don't even get involved anymore. Any phone calls they receive of disturbances, they simply say, go somewhere inside. If you're already inside, stay away from the windows, lock your doors. They try to blame the screams on the crackheads that live around here, but some of these sounds I hear are completely inhuman, no matter what substance you're on. We also used to have a shit ton of res dogs that wandered the streets. Slowly, their numbers have decreased as well. There's a lot of energy picking up here in Lanes. If you ever come to visit, don't say nobody warned you. And don't bother calling the police. For my 13th birthday, Dad bought me a fishing rod, took me to Leech Lake. My first cast was a beauty. I actually snagged something. It was fighting hard, so we thought it was a big fish. Dad had to take the rod because it was pulling me overboard. I watched as Dad struggled to reel in the catch. When it was a couple of feet short, Dad said to grab the net. Just beneath the water was a big bass smacking the side of the boat. Then we saw a woman swimming up from deeper below. She stretched out her arms and grabbed the fish before disappearing into the lake's murky depths. The fishing line unwound with a loud zing before the pole was ripped from my dad's hands, following whatever took the bass. Needless to say, we never fished Leech Lake again. I grew up in an antebellum home in a small Mississippi town. We only experienced paranormal activity a few times a month, but it was undeniable. The worst incident occurred just before my 16th birthday. I was home alone in the bathroom when I heard footsteps in the hall. The door was cracked and I barely contained a scream when a pale blur passed by. The floor squeaked beneath every step as it continued into my room. I waited at least 15 minutes without hearing anything else before stepping into the hallway, peeking into my room. My heart froze at the sight of a pale, translucent woman sitting in front of my vanity, staring at the mirror but casting no reflection. She suddenly turned towards me, and I saw that her eyes were glazed over. Before I could run away, she stood up and flew towards me in a lightning-fast streak, passing straight through me, leaving behind a cold, sickly feeling. A few nights ago, I was walking home, smoking a cigarette. I saw some men in black standing in the woods. It scared the shit out of me because I had my head down. I was cutting through the trail. It's a well-lit path. I've never had any problems when cutting through before, but this time, I looked up and they were just standing there. I yelped, but they didn't move or react. Two men in matching suits stood, facing each other, both bald and both standing over 6 feet tall, motionless. I live in Columbia Falls, Montana. You don't usually see people, period, but also you never see such well-dressed individuals, especially at 4 a.m, in the middle of the forest, standing completely still. I hurried my pace as I walked by them, giving a hey, but they just ignored me. When they were out of sight, I ran my ass all the way home. I live in Roswell, New Mexico, and our town thrives on conspiracy theorist nut jobs, which I thought was bull until last weekend. My friend and I took a telescope for one of our overnight camping trips, but this wasn't like other times. We went to sleep shortly after midnight, only to be woken up by a strange, high-pitched screech that grew louder until my teeth were shaking. My friend unzipped one corner of our tent flap to reveal a soft red glow. My heart stopped at the sight of a metallic craft hovering 50 feet over my truck. It was oblong-shaped, just big enough to fit 2 or 3 people inside. It had small, red lights running along the center. It stayed for several minutes before suddenly shooting towards our tent and stopping directly above us. It felt like an eternity as we waited silently, too terrified to move. But eventually, the screeching noise went even higher. Then, silence. No more red glow. There's an active serial killer near Holbrook, New York. More than 3 women have already gone missing in the past 6 months. Last week, I was working at my coffee stand when a tall, skinny guy in a black hoodie, blue jeans, approached my window. He tapped on the glass, so I slid it open and asked, "What you having?" He tells me that he was in a car accident, needs to use my phone. We use an old cordless telephone in the coffee stand, so I grab that and I give it to him. While I hand it out the window to him, instead of grabbing the phone, he grabs my arm, tries to pull me through the window. Thankfully, we had a little alarm within reaching distance that I pressed. It doesn't go anywhere, but it's loud as hell. He instantly dropped me when it sounded. He was a tall guy, long, curly black hair, black bandana, tan skin. Be careful out there, ladies. I got an Airbnb in Henderson, Nevada while visiting for a family wedding. It was a small 1-bedroom home located a couple miles from the town. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw a little girl playing in the front yard. As I parked the car, we made eye contact just before she turned and ran into the house. There were no other cars in the driveway, but I thought it was the daughter of the landlord, that they were dropping off an extra set of keys or something. I get out of the car, unload my luggage, and walk up to the front door and knock. No reply. After a couple minutes, I checked under the mat for the house key, and there it was. When I walked in, I said, "Hello," and soon realized that the house was empty. It really gave me the heebie-jeebies. I did stay in that house the whole weekend, though. Nothing else notable happened besides the constant looming feeling that I wasn't alone. My sister loved American Girl dolls, and every time our dad was away for business, he'd always find one from whatever state he'd visit, except the time he got home from North Carolina. When he got home, he made an excuse to curb my sister's disappointment. Years later, he'd tell us that he actually did purchase an American Girl doll when he went to Charlotte, but it started moving around in his bag. He thought that it might have been an electronic doll, so he took it out in his hotel room. He inspected the doll, but he couldn't find a place for batteries. Then the doll's head turned, looked at him, He threw it up against the wall and ran out of his hotel. He requested that housekeeping get rid of it before he returned again. So, thanks, Dad, for not bringing that haunted-ass doll home. Lake Thunderbird, Norman, Oklahoma. Multiple drownings a year contributed to a large freshwater octopus, this being the only freshwater cephalopod of its species. My dad had a friend drown there in 1984. He said they were out swimming and he saw him get ripped underwater. It was the blink of an eye. One moment he's treading water, a couple of yards ahead, then he's gone. My dad felt a strong push of water as something big shot up from beneath, pushing the water and him backwards with a violent wave. He told me about this, and I Googled it. There's a slew of unexplained drownings at that lake, a few others around the Del City area. My sister loved American Girl dolls, and every time our dad was away for business, he'd always find one from whatever state he'd visit, except the time he got home from North Carolina. When he got home, he made an excuse to curb my sister's disappointment. Years later, he'd tell us that he actually did purchase an American Girl doll when he went to Charlotte, but it started moving around in his bag. He thought that it might have been an electronic doll, so he took it out in his hotel room. He inspected the doll, but he couldn't find a place for batteries. Then the doll's head turned, looked at him. He threw it up against the wall and ran out of his hotel. He requested that housekeeping get rid of it before he returned again. So, thanks, Dad, for not bringing that haunted-ass doll home. Lake Thunderbird, Norman, Oklahoma. Multiple drownings a year contributed to a large freshwater octopus, this being the only freshwater cephalopod of its species. My dad had a friend drown there in 1984. He said they were out swimming and he saw him get ripped underwater. It was the blink of an eye. One moment he's treading water, a couple of yards ahead, then he's gone. My dad felt a strong push of water as something big shot up from beneath, pushing the water and him backwards with a violent wave. He told me about this, and I Googled it. There's a slew of unexplained drownings at that lake, a few others around the Del City area. I grew up in rural Oregon, in a house surrounded by dense woods. It was a big dirt biking community with all kinds of trails. I went up a path that I'd never seen before, but everything around it had been flattened. I made it to a place where I needed to turn around. I couldn't help but notice that the entire area stunk despite there being no garbage. I turned off my bike only to realize how uncomfortably silent it was. I switched the bike back on and had a compelling urge to look over my shoulder. Something quickly ducked behind some brush. It couldn't have been taller than 5 foot. I watched as massive, hairy hands grabbed the sides of the largest tree. It had some good-sized hands despite its height. I rode out of there as fast as possible, never saw it again. But I felt the same feeling and smelled that smell. Pretty sure there's something in the Deschutes River woods. This happened in D.C. 5 years ago. I still think about it all the time. I went to D.C. for work and my company sent me to an older hotel. When I walked into the room, I got an overwhelming sense that something terrible happened there. I had chills and suddenly felt sick. I tried relaxing with a bath, but ants began crawling out of the walls. They surrounded the tub. Something was telling me to get out of that hotel. It had super high ceilings. I couldn't stop thinking about people hanging from the ceiling. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. I called the front desk with a lie so I could switch rooms. And when I walked out, I instantly felt an overwhelming sense of calm. Was it all just my spidey sense that made me feel like something bad had happened there? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? What about those ants coming out of nowhere? Is that normal?